And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to something a little bit different, something a little bit special here. Welcome back to another Duckling Viewer Replay cast. I'm of course Showside VIP, and with me I'm joined by these lovely players that are going to be getting involved, and by the people in the chat as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to something that we do hold every now and then. Over the course of the past month or so, we have been accumulating replays from the chat. For those who do not know, we do have a replay point redemption in the chat itself with your channel points, with your grapes, and as a result, you can make me cast some of these lovely replays, or some of your own games, some of your own ladder games as well. A bunch of replays have been submitted over the past month, and now it's time to go over as many as we can. It's a lot of replays, Map. It's a lot of replays. On top of that, for those that were here last night, you would know that we did hold the Sparkling Tuna Cup, and it was a really fun event, but unfortunately we did actually clash with the Wardy TV 3v3 tournament for the month of October, and because of that, the two finalists of Sparkling Tuna Cup actually were playing in the team game event as well, and because of that, they weren't able to play the finals live. The finals were not played out, so alas, instead we compromised. Their stream went down early. They played out the Wardy event, and then they played their finals best of 5 afterwards. They have since submitted their replays, and we can go over the finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup tonight as well, or here and now as well. So we're going to start things off with the viewer replays, then after that we will take a break. I will have to set up all the overlays, and then we can switch over to the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. For those who do not know, it was Geralt and Shameless PvP best of 5 grand finals. We'll be hosting that at the end. That is going to be the plan here. Is going to be the current plan. And again, I do apologize for taking so long to getting around to covering all these replays. I did keep putting it off just because typically I would have this like after a broadcast, like after casting like a Turtle Tussle or an Orzosaurus Cup, but a lot of them have been going on quite long, and I was like, I've been getting some rest. It's all good. But now we're here, now we're back. Also, for those that are curious, now is typically when we go live with the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, but it is no longer a weekly tournament. It is now a bi-weekly event. It was only sponsored as a weekly for 6 weeks. We have hosted our 6 iterations of Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and now it is going from a weekly into a bi-weekly instead. So that is what is happening with that tournament, at least for the time being. That is the rate of those events. So this week, no turtle. Next week, happy next week. Is the plan. Otherwise, we can jump right in. And to kick things off, we do have a bit of a team kill. Here. Hyper One did actually redeem a lot of replay casts. A lot of replays were redeemed over the course of the month, and we have a best of 3 between Hyper One and Hon Mono. For those who do not know, Hon Mono, he's actually on Hyper One's team, and they did play in a couple of tournaments, and apparently some nonsense occurred, and they wanted me to cast, and I don't know what I'm about to walk into. I don't oh boy. Let's go. We're going to be jumping into game 1. Going to be on Ghost River. Let us go. So we have Hyper One himself up against one of his boys. And I'm not too certain with Hyper One's main race. I'll be honest, I actually haven't casted Hyper One before. I don't know how they play, so I have no idea what exactly I'm stepping into. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have... Oh my god. We have the Korean/American Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Hyper One. It is Hyper One himself. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Orange Terran, representing Hyper One, representing his opponent. It is Hon Mono. Here we go. As we do have Hyper One going 12 pull. It's going to be a 12 pull out of Hyper One. I did hear about this. I did hear that Hyper One, he cheesed the hell out of Hon Mono quite heavily in this tournament. And we'll see what happened, but we'll see what happened. Again, we're going to be loading into Ghost River. It is a very small map, very short rush distance by ground. One of the shortest in the current map pool. I think the only one shorter than this is Post Youth by 1 second. So we'll see how Hon Mono responds, if at all. Again, I'm not too familiar with how Hyper 1 usually plays things out, but there we go. We have Lings on the way. It's going to be 6 Lings here from Hyper 1. Did not join up whatsoever, and he should be rallying across the map. Meanwhile, back at home, Homeowner just going for a Save Opener, going for a Rax Expand, and Homeowner has not gone for any kind of SCV Scout yet, so he is in the dark, and the boys are being pulled. So 12 full drone pool here out of Hyper 1, rallying everything across the map. Again, I would not advise this on some of these other maps, but here on Ghost River, this does make the most sense. It is a very short rush distance by ground. And oh wait, we're rushing into Ghost! Okay, on Mono, he delays his CC, he delays his wall as well. The depot's on the way, but he is rushing into a Ghost Academy of all things. Does have a full wall. Tech Lab is thrown down, the depot is up, and the Lings have arrived. They're going to try and slowly push their way through this. I mean, they can get on top of that Tech Lab. Yeah, the Tech Lab can't be repaired. We have a secondary wall behind this. Drones being pulled back just to maximize the amount of DPS we do have on this. They're trying to drone drill their way through. Up. At least trying to. And the Tech Lab is going to go down. The depots as well. There is a secondary wall behind this. We do have 2 eBays. Two eBays just barely behind this as well. The boys are being pulled to repair. And the depots are slowly falling. Hyper 1, he's breaking through. There's 1 Ghost on the way. God damn it. Because of the initial opener, Ghost is on the way. There's no Reaper, there's no Marine. Production was delayed. And it looks like we have broken through. We're in. The Ghost does pop out. Lings and drones, they have arrived. Can they get us around? Can they shut down that Ghost? The last boys being pulled as well. Nice hold position micro. The workers, they do protect the Ghost. No, go around, buddy. As we are getting stuck on those SCVs. Again, nice kiting here from Homono. The one goes, oh, gets surrounded. The Ghost gets surrounded. All the SCVs are going to be going down. The Ghost, oh no. The Ghost does somehow break free, but there we go. The Ghost does fall. And we get every single SCV. I say that 4 SCVs to escape. We do have a Reaper popping out. Ooh, and as long as the micro is good, this Reaper should not be surrounded. Yeah, the Reaper should not be surrounded here. Lings are going to be shut down. The drones as well. They will get the SCVs at least. But again, the Reaper should be fine. Oh, we're going back home. That's the drones. They're racing back home. I mean, they have crippled the economy, but we have mules. Yeah, we have mules. We have 4 SCVs. Homeowner has an economy. And he is chasing the... Oh my god. The Reaper has to calm down. Oh, taking a lot of hits. Taking a lot of unnecessary damage. Marine did arrive. Takes down both Lings. Back at home, what is there? There is a Queen to defend. And Hyper 1, he can drone. He can go back to mining. He can drone. The Queen can protect the mineral line. What is there to work with? There's 1 Marine and 1 Reaper. Hyper 1, he can stabilize. True. He can stabilize from here. Oh. Hyper 1 gonna try and dance to the Queen. But the Queen can hold its own. Let's get some nice permanent damage on that Marine as well. But the 2nd Reaper has arrived. Ooh. And we are going mass Reaper behind this. 3rd Reaper's on the way. I mean, even 1 Ghost, right? We have the resources to, or we have the tech at least to head towards Ghost. But I say that we don't have a tech lab. Never mind. Never mind. Forgot you do need the tech lab to make a Ghost. So just more Reapers on the way. And what's concerning here, especially with only 1 Queen, the Reapers can take advantage of it. Like, Mass Reaper will overwhelm this 1 Queen. There's no 2nd Queen behind this. Spine Crawler on the way. Okay. Hyper 1, he needs a little bit more time. Needs more time to defend. Triple Reaper into the main base. Spine Crawler still in production. And they're getting into the mineral line. Drones are going down. 1 drone kill, 2nd drone as well. Reapers do take a lot of damage, but again, they look to get a 3rd drone. Oh, and they will. 3 drone kills, 4 drone kills. And not a single Reaper goes down. Homeowner behind this. He's recovering. A CC is on the way. He's expanding. Once again, rotating around. It's going to cost him a Reaper. Oh, never mind. Reapers, they get out somehow. Tech Lab has been rebuilt. Ghost is on the way. And with the Ghost comes a Snipe. And with snipes, the Queens are now suddenly vulnerable, even more so. Not like this. Sorry, I was just setting up my scene switcher. From here, I'm curious where Hyper 1 takes us. He's taking a gas, so this could just be for link speed. This could be for a roach warren to rush into roaches, which would be a way to at least hold on and defend the main. That is true, but we do need a natural base, especially considering Hyper 1 is expanding. Sorry, Homeowner is expanding. Hyper 1 does check, does confirm the CC, is aware. Hyper 1 starting to fall behind in the economy. And it looks like it is going to be the roach. No, Bailey Nest. Okay, that I was not expecting. Bailey Nest is on the way. Meanwhile, Overlord being shut down. Thankfully, Hyper 1 not getting supply blocks. Getting in position. Massing up links. He's going for a Bane Bust. Bold move here by Hyper 1. He does have limited larva available. Just the one base. Oh no. Not like this. I don't know who Megumin is. I don't know if I want to know. Oh no. The waifu build. Okay. No ghost. I mean, no nuke, unfortunately. No nuke behind this. As Homeowner, he has control of the low ground. Lings will collapse in, but these are slowlings. And Link speed is still on the way. Nice kiting here out of Homeowner. Does trade well. He does snipe one of those queens. Speaking of, ooh, second queen goes down. Oh no, the spine crawler is denied. Burrow is a little bit late. Links go down. GG gets called, and Homeowner will take game number 1. Whew, GG. The hell did I just watch? Ay. GG, well played. Homeowner does take the first game, and we'll soon be getting ready for game number 2. Again, it is a bit of a treat. I don't really get to see Hyper 1 play too much, and yeah, we were able to see the two of them face off here in the tournaments. I can't remember. I think this was in a Turtle Tussle, if I recall correctly. I think it was in one of our own tournaments, actually, if I'm not mistaken. But Homeowner does take a lead, and now we're jumping into game number 2. Going to be on Post Youth. And I mentioned before that when it comes to maps to 12 pool drone pool on, I mean, Ghost Shiver and Post Youth, they would be on the top of that list. We'll see if we go for the same build or if we go for something a little bit different. As spawning in the top right now, he's making a drone. Okay, he's droning. No, never mind. Never mind. Does cancel the drone and is going for a 12 pool in the top right hand corner of Post Youth. We have the American Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg, 12 pulling for the second game in a row, representing Hyper 1. It is Hyper 1. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the orange Terran, representing his opponent. It is Hun Mono. Here we go. Didn't know you need a factory for your nukes. Ah, no. We're all learning today. We're all learning. Maybe not the best things. We're rushing into an eBay. No shot. No shot. eBay rush out of Hon Mono. Interesting. I'm a little bit perplexed. I know that... Is he crazy enough to like try to catch the Overlord with a turret? No shot. I imagine just rushing into +1. But we'll see how this all comes together, because we're going for a bit of like the Singapore meta here, going eBay first. Curious how this all comes together. Meanwhile, 12 pool drone pool. Hyper 1, he is rallying everything across the map. Again, the rush distance by ground is the shortest in the map pool. And with these drones, we can even mine through these minerals, even if there was a wall off. But there is no racks. What is it? We're planetary rushing. Hon Mono with the read. I mean, he had no scout, but he just assumes that Hyper 1's going to do the same thing. And now Planetary's on the way. And what can he do against a Planetary? It's halfway done. Oh, no. I mean, no. He thinks there's a wall. He's mining through. He's taking his time. And he does mine through. Alas, he didn't even need to. Makes his way up the ramp. CC's on the way. And the Planetary is just about to finish. Ah. GG. God. What a fiesta, papi. What a clown fiesta. GG, well played. Hon Mono with the hard read. Crazy. Planetary rushing. Just completely shutting down the 12 pool. Oh my god. What just happened? Oh no. GG, well played. Homeowner does take the series 2-0. Congratulations. Congratulations. I've I've never seen a game like that before, just because, like, what are the odds? What are the odds that you know your opponent is gonna 12 pool drone pool? Like, even here, like, Homeowner probably wasn't 100% certain, but because of the maps themselves, like, there was a high chance. I mean, after what happened in game 1, considering how confident Homeowner is as well, even if Hyper 1 hadn't 12 pool drone pooled, like, I'm sure that Homeowner was comfortable playing from behind anyway. So just the read to rush into an E-Ray like that was crazy. it was insane, and it worked out well. Worked out beautifully. GG, well played. The ... said it all. Said it all. Hate Homeowner. Dock his pay. Dock his... Punish him. Oh god. GG. Congratulations. Congratulations here to Homeowner. We'll take the series 2-0. See, this is why we call him Hung Mono, papi. This is why he's hung. He just knows. He's crazy. Aye. And that is this is our first two replays in the books. That was our initial best of 3 between Homeowner and Hyper 1. Do I feel enlightened after this series? Do I feel better for it after experiencing these 2 games? I think so. I think so. Well played, Hyper 1. Well played. It was good. It was good. I appreciate it. Some solid games here out of Hyper 1. I look forward to more in the future. I do look forward to the evolution of this rivalry between Homeowner and Hyper 1. I look forward to it. And now we have a replay submitted by another viewer, submitted by ARJ Skater. Oh boy. Again, ARJ Skater, he has been submitting replays for quite some time at this point, is a long-time supporter of the channel. He's not as active as he used to be. He used to be very active in the chat. Even started joining us on Final Fantasy, in our Final Fantasy streams for a time at least. So great to see him back, and yeah, we'll see how he does here as he does jump into a ladder game, into a ZVT against X-Decker. Or XD Ecker? X-Decker, how cool. Yeah, let's go. Jumping into a ZVT. And we'll see how this series takes us. I do have to, like, take a moment to just take a breath. Okay, we're not 12 foot. Imagine if we see another 12 pool. No shot. Oh, no. Okay. For a second there wasn't a drone in production. I got scared. But here we go. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the red Terran player. It is X-Decker. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the American Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Kirktown. It is ARJ Skater. Here we go. I believe that is Dave Testa's team, or his clan, if I'm not mistaken. But for now, ARJ Skater looks like he's going hatch gas pool, just droning it up. Oh, he's crazy. He's making drones. Already better than Hyper 1. Oh. Oh. I say that. Are we good? Are we okay? I just DC'd? Did I DC? What's... Hello? Hold on. I just need to... Okay, we're good. Apparently I just DC'd from BattleNet. But we're connected to Twitch, so we're okay. Alright, let's go. We're also connected to YouTube. So ARJ Skater going hatch gas pool, standard opener. Meanwhile, X-Decker, he is not rushing into an eBay. I do see in the chat. You can hear. Okay. Thank you, Inowar. Thank you. And Nikachu as well. Not opening planted. Weird. True. He's crazy. It's crazy. He's not doing what GMs do. Kappa. As he's going for an SCV scout, just say racks expand. So we're settling into something a little bit more standard this time, at least for now. I say at least for now. Typically when we have viewers submit replays, it's very rarely a standard macro game. It's usually chaotic and a clown fiesta in one way, shape, or form. It's a problem. Well, we appreciate it. We appreciate it. As we have our initial SCV scout into the main, confirming that of course nothing crazy is going on. I say that ARJ Skater is actually still staying in gas, so he does have enough for link speed, but is banking up extra gas here. This can be used for a faster Roach Warren, for a faster lair, just faster tech in general. As he is regaining control, is going to be droning up. The Reaper has arrived and is going to chip away at those workers, but alas, they will escape. They do get away. He wants that drone. He wants it. Up. Does want it in. Oh, once again. Oh. We'll have to pull away. What's happening with BNet? What's going on? Jesus. Hopefully everything's okay. Maybe I just want to cast some replays. But looks like the Reaper is going to be zoned away. Likewise, AJ Skater across the map, getting an SCV kill, getting a Marine as well. Not bad. Doesn't delay the CC, but does get some damage nonetheless. And also gets confirmation that there is a factory behind this. There is a factory, no add-on swap. Interesting. Reactivating our Marines, going for initial Hellions. And behind this, going into a third CC before Starport. Very economic build here by X-Decker. So 3 CC into Starport. Into a really odd build, just because usually you would have an add-on swap going to heli production, and okay, there we go. Just a little bit delayed, making, I guess, safety Marines first to hunt down Overlords and to defend. But there's the add-on swap. Tech Lab's on the way as well, so this can lead into Banshee play, or even into fast stim into buy. So Decker has options here. Meanwhile, back at home, ARJ Skater getting his third up and running, double Evo chamber, double upgrades. We spoke earlier about the gas, and the gas is going to allow for faster 1-1, but we do have a delayed lair. When I say delayed, I mean, it's 4 minutes, we wouldn't really get into a lair this quickly. Really, it's fast Evo chambers, so fast upgrades for the Zerg. Did invest into these early lings, which is quite a big commitment here. It does mean that ARJ Skater's economy isn't as large as it otherwise could be. So his economy is a little bit hindered because of that. Likewise, staying on a lower queen count, and he's going into lair as well as overlord speed, but I think this is just for scouting information. As ARJ Skater, he does get in, he does confirm the third CC, does confirm the 2-1-1. Stim is on the way, and ARJ Skater, he's fully aware. He's aware that he should be safe to drone. I say that, he's making 14 more links. oh god. ARJ Skater, instead of saturating his third base, he's amassing links instead. It looks like he's going for, I was going to say a Bane bust, but again, we actually haven't invested into any upgrades, no Bane nest yet either. Links are moving out. Ooh, and they do run into the Hellions. And nice kiting here from Decker. Kites well, goes liberated behind this. Nice around though. Hellions are surrounded. The bunker though does get filled up. And with this Decker, he will defend. Shuts down on the Lings. Liberated moving out across the map. Oh, actually does race back home. Never mind. Liv does race back. And ARJ Skater, he's still making more links. The upgrades have since begun. Getting to 1-1. Taking extra gases. We should be working towards a Bane nest soon as well. Taking all 4 gases even. But again, the drone count is still very low. This is very committed here from the Zerg. Very committed. Meanwhile, we're getting to mech. Wait, what? A double factory? Triple factory? Let's go. I'm a little bit thrown off because we're investing into stim, right? Like, so we're going into stim, we're going into bioproduction, but no reactor on the racks. Hard switching here into triple factory, into mech with stim early on. So I'm being thrown for a bit of a loop here, and ARJ Skater, he has no vision of this, not yet. Leagues are moving out, Cyclone production has begun. They get us around here on the initial Hellions. Ooh, oh my god, but the choke point is brutal! Yeah, the barbecue is real, and the Hellions, they shut down the Lings. A bit of an overreaction here out of Decker. Does pull the boys to repair. But yeah, he's switching into Hellion Cyclone. He's getting out of, yeah, he's switching his factory over. I imagine working towards Hurricane engines, or even Blue Flame. The armories are being thrown down. Meanwhile, back at home, I assumed it was going to be Ling Bane, but no, it's going to be Ling Hydra out of ARJ Skater. Okay. Let's go. Now saturating his bases. Now, what I will say very quickly here is that thankfully Decker never counterattacked. The Liberator has been kept at home, and despite holding against all those Lings, he's still only, you know, poking onto creep and denying some tumors, but no major dives into mineral lines. So no major economic damage. So AOJ Skater, he's able to recover, able to drone. Mining through the mineral walls, Hydras are already being produced. And we're entering like a really odd game state. It's going to be Battle Mech here against Ling Hydra. Liberator finally moving out. AOJ Skater staying on a lower drone count, staying on 50 workers at his sub 3 base saturation. Fourth is on the way. Liberator has arrived. Now, how many queens do we have? Oh, we have Hydras. Liberator gets 2 drone kills, backs hell up, will escape. And the scary thing here is that Decker, he is now getting into his own tank production as well. Initially, Hellion Cyclone, but from here he has a large enough force where he can safely get into a more tank-based composition, and he can start walling up. He can start walling off. Starport on the reactor. Is he starting on Viking production or Medivacs? What is the plan here, or just libs? I guess that would make the most sense. Lings, they move out. Plenty of Hellions to deal with this. Yeah, Lings are gonna get roasted. They get 1 Cyclone, just 1. Hydras pushing in into Hellions, but actually these aren't Blue Flame. The Hydras, they can somewhat hold their own, somewhat. Still not too confident about this. I'm not convinced. A nice kiting tank on the high ground is going ham, and the Hydras, they're gonna melt here. Yeah, this was a big overextension by AOJ Skater into tank range. And he bleeds out every single unit. Back at home, AOJ Skater on a very low drone count has not been losing workers, but hasn't been making drones. So he has not been droning up. Doesn't have much of an army. And if Decker were to counterattack here and now, AOJ Skater would be in a lot of trouble. But Decker himself not feeling too confident. Even though I feel like he should be. Team Mule very hard here at the third. But I feel like he should be after winning that fight. Alas is still being quite passive. So he's being passive, he's staying back home, despite having quite a mobile army. Likewise, earlier I mentioned how he can now get into tank production, but he's still making more Cyclones. Still focusing on Cyclone production. And only has the 1 tank. Now walling up, getting more CCs. We could be here for a while. No. Not like this. 1-1 upgrades on the way. And again, AOJ Skater, he is still not droned. Still on a very low worker count. Even though, because his opponent is being so passive and so defensive, AOJ Skater can take advantage of him. Like, at the moment he would, I mean, I would understand why he wouldn't drone after what just happened, because he lost everything, so he'd be vulnerable to a counterattack, but it's not really happening. Some more factories are on the way, more CCs. AOJ Skater, he's getting there, he's slowly droning. And what I will say is that even though Lingbane Hydra is not amazing against mech, because Decker is still staying on Battle Mech specifically, I feel like the army for AOJ Skater isn't going to be looking too bad at all. Like, considering how few, I mean, there's only 1 tank. So, Banelings they can pop off against the Hellions, Hydras they can clean up everything else, the Cyclones specifically. Like, it's very, very heavy Hellion based, which can be quite fragile. Speaking of, AOJ Skater's in position. Hellions, they go for the dive. And here come the Banelings. Oh, we do graze the army, no big connections. Hellions pulling away. Gonna attempt to kites, pushing onto creep. Cyclone goes down, Hellbat's being morphed in, and that means that the Banelings, they will connect, they will shut this down. And this is the hope that AOJ Skater was hoping for. Back at home, what do we have to defend? We have a handful of Hellions, we have mainly Cyclone. We can counterattack. Last AOJ behind this, defending against the Lib. He's defending against that Liberator. And AOJ Skater, he's pushing in. Will deny a CC. Lings do trickle forward. There's still that 1 tank on the high ground. Oh, now joined by a second. Bailey's don't quite get into the middle line. That's a kill on another CC. CC does go down. Hydra's holding their own against the Cyclones while they're pushing into tank range. Ooh, massive tank blow is going off. No! Get out of here. Boys being pulled. The Hydras, they will trade against the Cyclones, but alas, every Hydra should go down. Planetary finishes up as well. Another bit of an overextension from AOJ Skater, an expensive army going down. And you can see, especially gas-wise, AOJ Skater has not been efficient. And again, he still doesn't really have much of an economy behind this. He's still on under 3-base saturation, 54 workers. But again, like, he's getting away with this because of how passive Decker is being. It's so odd as well. Like, winding it back, a reason why I'm so uneasy about the situation is that Decker, he's building up a very mobile army that's designed to be active and designed to trade, specifically, you know, battle mech, you know, Hellion Cyclone, but he's being defensive with it, which feels quite odd here, and it is allowing AOJ Skater to get away with these otherwise inefficient trades. As AOJ Skater's not being punished, what little economy he has is being left untouched, and now he's taking. Now he's taking up, going through the infestation pits. Decker staying back home. Yo, the Lunkers are coming! And against Battle Mech, I don't think Lunkers are going to be too bad. Against a heavy tank army, less so, but again, it's only a handful of tanks. This Decker's taking more CCs, walling up, getting more planetaries. And is now moving out with his Hellions. Alas, there is some creep here to give AOJ Skater a heads up, but his army's out of position. Hellions are getting into the mineral line. And they will roast this up. And the Hellbats, they go ham, they shut down the Queen. And AOJ Skater, he's counterattacking. Uh-oh. Ooh, into a planetary. Into a planetary and into siege tanks as well. Bang Bang getting set up. Hydras, they defend back at home. They shut down the Hellbats. Oh, and AOJ Skater is going to commit. Does dive in. Lings, they try to collapse more decent connections here. They take down the Hellbats. But just the Hellbats, the economy is left untouched. Decker does defend, and Decker has a massive supply lead. Throws away some Liberators across the map, but Decker looking good. He can now rotate over, he can saturate his 4th base. He can build up. Now, the plus side for losing all those workers is that did force AOJ Skater to drone, and now he's up to 60 workers. It's okay. It's an okay economy. He's out of a bank. Here come the Lunkers. Yo, is there a world where we don't have scans? Plenty of energy. Yeah, plenty of energy, plenty of orbitals as well. The 4th base is an orbital, which is a bold move, but does mean that there should be plenty of scans. How many tanks? Only 5 tanks, soon to be 6. And there is this entire area on the right-hand side that doesn't really have any tank coverage. Technically, depending on the positioning here of AOJ Skater, he can try to outmaneuver his opponents and, yeah, force a really bad fight into lurkers. Whether it's here on the left-hand side or here on the right. Like, this base is so exposed. There's no planetary, there's no tanks, there's nothing here. But AOJ Skater, he doesn't know. And now he does. Now he's aware of the expansion. And does he try to punish? There's really just one tank covering this and soon to be a planetary. So where are we going? Now do you have some Liberas? Skater will clean this up. Overlords do spot the expansions. Massive Mule Hammer here on the left hand side. Both armies are maxing out, and AOJ Skater has to make a choice. Does he go towards the left or towards the right?
Depleted.
The answer is right down mid. Let's go. There we go. So he does spot the 5th base, the 5th expansion, sorry, the 6th base. Instead rotating around, trying to catch out these Cyclones. Tanks are unsieged. So far, a couple of Hellions getting caught out. Tanks sieging up, they will go down as well. Skater, he gets both tanks. Again, bearing in mind, the tank count is very low. So every tank does count. So he does get 2. Lurkers pushing on the right hand side. Rocks are knocked down. This base is very exposed. And the Lunkers, they're waddling in. The Lunkers, they're coming. They're waddling into the expansion. Headed for the mineral line. At the same time, the Cyclone army does try to push in. Ooh, and SCVs are going down. The entire mineral line falls. I feel like the Terran can actually take the fight head on, but is respecting the Ling Hydra very much. Does pull away. Base goes down. That's going to be a kill, not a cancel. 2 CCs fall. 3 CCs even. Yeah, no cancels. Yeah, just Skater getting damage. Scanning ahead of time. Turrets are being thrown down. There are a couple of siege tanks behind this. I mean, he does force friendly fire. Cyclones do go down. Edge Skater catching some of these tanks. Gets 1, gets 2. And the planetary as well. But that was a very expensive trade for AJ Skater. He gets 2 tanks and a planetary. Oh my god, the Cyclones are pushing the Lurkers, no! Oh my god, the Lurkers win the fight! That's crazy. What just happened? We just ran like, what was that, like 15 Cyclones? That was insane. Yeah, 35 going down throughout the course of this fight, or throughout the course of this game. And I think he killed 1 Lurker. Ay. 1 Lurker went down for a massive chunk of supply. And we're in this. AJ Skater, he takes a supply lead. Let's go. The power of the Lunker. Ay. Again, Decker just ramming into those Lurkers. Taking a brutal fight, and now suddenly the Zerg player not in a bad position. I mean, the economy is still not ideal. I will still say that. Where Lurkers coming in from both ends. They get a tank. I think 3 Lurkers went down here on the right hand side. Sorry, 2 Lurkers even. But they can't even get behind the mineral line. Yeah, planetary not quite within range. Boys are being pulled up within Lurker range. SCVs are going down. And Lurker range just finished. There we go, tank till siege. But AOJ Skater with a handful of Lurkers is bringing it back. Oh my god, it takes out more SCVs. There should be a scan available here. There we go. They'll scan once again. And suddenly that massive battle mech army isn't really there anymore. I say that there's a decent amount of Hellions here at the natural, which is exactly where AJ Skater's going. Pushing on the right hand side, massing up more Ling Bane. Headed for the natural. Tanks are unsieged. Uh-oh. Decker is vulnerable. Scan spots the army. He should respond. There we go. Tanks do siege up 1 of them at least. Bailings, they go for the tank. Tank goes down. SCVs as well. Oh, not the best connections with the Bailings. But does get the CC. I just pushing forward. Decker, he should be able to hold on here, but he lost so much supply. He's down to 34 SCVs, barely an economy. Doesn't have proper saturation here towards the left-hand side because of the Lurkers earlier. And Decker, he's running out of steam. He's running out of money. And AJ Skater, he still has plenty of bases. Plenty of bases. I mean, he just needs to transfer his workers, which he is. Yo, Broodlords are on the way. Let's go. The Hive is done. Greater Spire as well. Headed towards the Broodlords. It's fine. The Liparas can get some damage done here. Not bad. Catching out a Queen and a handful of drones. But we have plenty of Corruptors, plenty of Hydras. This will be cleaned up. And Decker trying to apply some pressure, but he doesn't really have much of an army to work with. Even against Blue Flame Hellbat Slings, they clean this up. Thor's waddling in, not like this. Get out of here. The Thor goes down. And no GG, no GG. AOJ Skater, he somehow takes the game. GG. Oh my god. What did I just watch? Ah. It was an interesting game. Again, AOJ Skater still really is not one to drone up too much. So because of his low economy, I was really concerned that he would just be outscaled. And there were a lot of better moments for the meching Terran player, despite their odd unit composition and their more unusual build. He was able to force some overextensions, take some better fights, had a supply lead at one point, but we saw suddenly everything turned in favor of the Zerg player here when it came to the Lurkers. Once the Lurkers appeared, they were able to take better fights, able to force some inefficient trades out of the Terran player at that moment, taking down base after base. It was, yeah, chaotic. it was wild. GG, well played. Congratulations here to AOJ Skater. Does win it in the end. Fun fact, the name of this replay was called, I don't know. So I think even AOJ Skater knows that he was in like a losing position here, and it was a bit of an oddity as to what happened. But hey, it worked out well. GG. Kept a cool, calm, and collected head. It's all good. Stuck in it. GG, man. GG. Oh. And now we have some very special replays available here. These most recent replays were submitted by Hyper1, and we are going to be actually dipping our toes into StarCraft Evolution. StarCraft Evolution. I don't really know what I'm going to step into, but I'm always happy to cast StarCraft Evolution. It's always a lot of fun. Always very chaotic, very wild in their own way. Always very interesting, and yeah, heading on over. The power of the Lunkers. I guess so. In a way. GG. GG. Here we go. We're going to be jumping into one of my favorite maps. We're going to be jumping into Paradox. Oh boy. For those who maybe are unaware, Paradox is an island map in StarCraft Brood War. Sorry, in StarCraft, I mean in Brood War as well, but in StarCraft Evolution. So it does lead to very interesting playstyles, and interesting, it's going to be a ZV random Hyper1 up against a random player. A random player rolling Terran, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Paradox, we have the red Zerg player, the American Korean. Representing Team Hyper1, it is Hyper1. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the pink Terran player, representing the Brood War Terran, representing Team PCEC. It is our pink Terran. I'm not sure as to their name, so I do apologize. But I do know that PCEC is a Chinese team. It is a Chinese team. So we are selling in. And of course, they did roll random. They did pick random, and they rolled Brood War Terran here instead. And we are spawning into Paradox now. Again, if you're unfamiliar, this is an island map. It's been a very long time. It's been years since we've had island maps in SC2 at least. So it's great to see them make a resurgence here in StarCraft Evolution. The way this works is that you have 3 bases. You have 3 bases to yourself. You do have high yield gas geysers as well. So you're pretty well secure on these this 3 base setup. It's more of a standard base here towards the right hand side. And then we enter the islands. We have 4 islands in total. There's one here, there's 2 on the right hand side, 2 on the left hand side as well that you can get to via dropping, Nidus Worm play, War Prisons, Medivacs, Dropper Lords. There's different ways to actually gain access to these locations, and they're all connected by this, or at least 2 of them are connected by this central landmass. There is a central landmass that you can use to try to lay siege upon some of these locations, with tanks, with better positioning, with cannon rushing even. Here we go. And I'm curious how Hyper1 is going to approach this. I mean, typically we have seen things like Muta Play, for example, or Nidus all-ins. I'm not too fond of the Nidus all-ins. I do think it is a little bit easier to defend against them, especially because, you know, you have you're an island and you have quite limited space to actually make use of to go for those Nidus worms. Meanwhile, it is going to be 3 CC out of the Terran. Let's go. Rushing into a 3rd CC before the factory is even done, so very greedy build here by the Terran player. Likewise, we should also be seeing double lair. We should also be seeing greed from the Zerg player as well. Based on the gases, based on the lair, I think this is a bit of a mistake, obviously. But I imagine this is going to be a Spire rush. I would imagine, but I would not be opposed to Hyper One taking a fast 3rd as well. Why not? Overlords do confirm. They get eyes on the 3rd. Ooh, and it is not going to be Mutants. It's not going to be a Spire. We are headed towards Hydras instead. Interesting. Based on the Hydra tech, I would imagine we're going for a Nidus all-in. That would make the most sense to me. Especially since we are still on a lower drone count. Here we go. Lair is now done. Upgrading Dropper Lords. Never mind. So it's not going to be Nidus Orb. It's going to be Dropper Lords instead. We go, as the Overlords are going to be amassing, and Hydras likewise as well. So I was looking forward to maybe a longer kind of game setup. We do have our Terran player going for his tech of choice, going into mass Wraith, double Starport into Wraith production. Meanwhile, Hydras are amassing for Hyper One. Oh boy. And I also just realized it's Brood War versus Brood War, so it looks like this wasn't a tournament game. It looks like this was more of a custom game set up for our players, as we do never get Brood War versus Brood War in tournament play. Here we go, we're getting ready here. Overlord speed almost done. Nuance has Carapace. Alongside Ventral Sacks. And here we go. Here comes the all-in. Meanwhile, across the map, still getting into the control towers to research Cloak, I would imagine. And the Dropper Lords are ready. And we're about to send it. We're going for the 2-base all-in. We are going to be moving out. Back at home, the Wraith is going to be shutting down the Overlords. More Wraiths on the way. But it's just the one Wraith for now. We don't really have an army. And PCC has no idea what's going on across the map either. He's got 2 Wraiths, soon to be 4. And here comes the Mass Hydra. Here comes the Mass Hydra, and there's just not much to work with. Again, we've been a little bit too greedy. 4th CC is on the way. 4 Wraiths. And that is it. That is the army. There's no Cloak. I mean, even if there was, I mean, there are Detectors, there are Overlords. Hydras, they get dropped into the mineral line. SCVs are going to be going down. And there's no saving this. The Hydras rock up. GG, and Hyper One does take the game. GG. We have seen some macro games on Paradox, which I've appreciated, but a little bit lesser here. Congratulations here to Hyper One, does take it in the end. We have seen like these all-ins work as well. I haven't quite seen this before, going for, you know, a Hydra Dropper Lord all-in. Unfortunately, the Terran player was completely in the dark. There was no scans. That's a little bit on the Terran for never to scan the main of his opponent, because even if it wasn't like a Hydra-based all-in, there could have been a Nidus Worm, there could have been a Muta Rush as well. There was definitely a lot of possibilities for how aggressive, or, you know, how aggressive the Zerg player wanted to be. So the Terran was just in the dark, was caught off guard. GG. GG, well played. And that is going to take us to our next game here by 2 very different players. We're going to be jumping into a game between Mixu and Quanta. And we're going to be spawning into another unorthodox map in the current SE Evo map pool. Not Paradox. It's a bit of a pseudo-island map. We're going to be loading into Monty Hall. Let's go. Double Overlord upgrades make double lair, makes sense. True, you're not wrong. That is something that I wasn't thinking, but you do need a lair to actually make those upgrades. So when it comes to the all-in, rushing into both Dropper Lord and Overlord speed, that does make sense. You're not wrong, you're not wrong. I guess that is a sign. The next time we do see that, like, the next time we do see double lair from Zerg, then it would have to be a job load all in. True. As here we go, we're getting to our next game, and oh, it's a TBT. Sporting in the bottom right hand corner of Monty Hall, we have our Finnish Zerg player, the blue Brood War Zerg. Sorry, Brood War Zerg, but rolling Terran. Representing Berserker Esports, it is Mixu. And sporting in the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player representing his new team, Streamer Zone. It is Quanta. Here we go. So Mixu does often, instead of playing Brood War Zerg, he plays Brood War Terran. So he plays Brood War Terran and SE2 Zerg. So Mixu, he's a bit of a race picker in that sense. And Quanta is moving out with that SCV. Now, a couple of different things here when it comes to, in regards to this map, is it is a pseudo island map. What do I mean by that? What I mean is that there are mineral walls. Mineral walls are locking the players into their own main base. They have to mine through the minerals to actually break out. The gold patch is in such a position that you can mine through this and workers can move out, but only workers. Units cannot actually squeeze through this. Like Marines, I don't think they can squeeze through it either. You have to mine through a little bit more to actually properly break out. But you can expand. So Mixu is going for CC first. Meanwhile, Quanta opening up double factory. And is sending out a second SCV. So second SCV to scout. He's checking here on the right hand side and he's going for the proxy. Risky maneuver. As he's kind of gambling as to where the expansion is. But he's setting up. Again, double gas means faster factory. There is factories on the way. And are we going proxy starport? That would make the most sense. The factory is almost done. Oh no, never mind. Just now starting. SCV does confirm. Does get eyes on the CC. Now Quanta can back off. Factory halfway done. We'll see whether if the SCV just races back home or if it sticks around. It's sticking around. We go. Meanwhile, Mixu going 3cc. Oh my god. 3cc. Hyper greed out of Mixu. Third CC before factory and TBT. I've never actually seen this before. And I feel like Mixu's about to be punished. Yeah, proxy starport. Let's go. Starport is on the way. Back at home, cyclones are amassing, and I imagine this should be for a proxy medevac to drop over the wall and to wreak havoc here in the bases. And Mixu, he has nothing. He has one Marine. He has one Marine to defend. Getting into a factory. Behind the second factory is on the way, so Mixu is trying to get into mech, is I imagine working towards mass vulture, initially into tank. Oh my god. Never mind. Oh, he's crazy. He's lifting. The reason why I assumed it was going to be a medevac for a drop is because there was no room for an add-on, but he lifts up into the cliff. He lifts into the cliff face. He's going BC. Oh my god. So Quanta is going proxy BC. And Mixu, if he rushes vulture or tank, he literally has no anti-air. His anti-air is one Marine. He has one Marine available. Yep, tank production has begun. Spider mines are on the way. No, there is zero anti-air. I mean, if Mixu gets a read on what's going on, he can go into Goliath production. True, he can go Goliath. But, until he gets a feel of what's happening, there's no reason to. As Quanta is expanding behind this, getting to his own CC. Has built up an army, which again he has to mine through minerals to break out. And the first BC is on the way. Aye. BC's in production. I would not be opposed to like 2-port BC, not gonna lie, but I'll take what I can get. Jesus. As we do have Mixu trying to get read on what's going on. He's scouting for the expansion. He confirms no expansion towards the north, no expansion towards the south, and no expansion even in the center either. That this will be a tell if Mixu scouts. That is a big if, as he has not sent anything through the center. bearing in mind that there are 3 distinct paths on this map, and they're completely walled off, so these vultures actually can't rotate towards the center. So Mixu doesn't know. Mixu does not know what's going on. Center base is now being taken, but it's a very late expansion. BC is waddling in. What is the one Marine? Just one Marine, the main army pushing right through the center. BC has arrived! And SCVs are going down. Ay, ay, ay. We can reactively make Goliaths. But we're denying any kind of mining. Scan across the map reveals the production. And we're going for the main army instead. We have to make a choice. Do we go for the tanks or do we go for the economy? Marine goes down. Tank goes down. The Goliaths are on the way. But production just started. And the BCs are chasing down the tanks. Quanta, he's muling. He's trying to, at least. He's trying to break through. Goliaths have arrived. Oh, one Goliath goes down. He's going for the wizard repairs. We need to repair. Boys are being pulled. Second Goliath's pulled. No repairs. Ay, ay, ay. No repairs. Every Goliath falls. Brutal losses. And it takes quite an amount of mules to actually break through this. So the tanks do hold. Tanks to siege. Nice smash repair. And there we go. Mixu does hold on. Forces a teleport. Just barely. Well, that's 20 kills on the BC. But he survives. Okay. We survive. We have a game. Mixu, he still has a better economy. I mean, he's on 3 CC. He's on 50 SCVs. Oh my god. But I spoke too soon because another BC has arrived. Denying mining and allowing Quanta to catch up. The Goliath count looking quite healthy though. BCs have to respect it. Yeah, more turrets being thrown down. Mixu pushing right down mid. Tanks are getting caught out. Uh-oh. It does get one tank, going for another. Ooh, massive tank volley goes off, but that's a second. That's going to be a third tank. Expensive losses here for Mixu. Losing a 4th tank. 4th tank goes down. Just 2 tanks left. He's moving out with Mass Goliath, but alas, Quanta is going for his own mech, going for his own Mass Cyclone. Into tank. And the BCs, they come back in. They hit the southern expansion as well. And the turret was late. Oof. Turret goes down towards the south, towards the north. Cyclones, they catch another tank. And Mixu is being pulled apart. BCs everywhere. BCs all over the place, denying any kind of mining here. At the natural. And in the third. Meanwhile, another tank goes down. Massive volleys, but alas, they still fall. And this is becoming game-ending damage here. 19 SCVs. Oh, no, another tank. No. The Cyclones. They pop up. Another tank goes down. It's basically Mass Goliath now. BC still wreaking havoc. Cyclones, they did tie up the Cyclones. The Goliaths, they bought time. BC retreats, and yeah, Quanta, now suddenly our Red Terran has a better economy. He's up on workers, he's getting a 3rd CC. Building up a stronger army with Cyclone tank. Mixu unable to find or unable to catch those BCs. And we're still getting to more BC production. It's not stopping. Scan reveals a 3rd. Mixu is going to attempt to stabilize. He's attempting. This southern expansion is still looking quite exposed. BCs, they go back in. Goliaths are out of position. Racing back home. It's going to be another 6 SCV kills. I say 6, getting up to 8, so even more. No turrets in the main. 12 SCVs. 13. And at this point, I feel like Quanta will force an all-in. At this point, how do we stabilize from here? This is just falling too far behind. Does sort of step forward. Finally, one BC goes down. Was that the first BC? Second. The second BC of the game does fall. Mixu just trying to keep up. There's still some more BCs out there. Quanta's main army, mainly tank base, tank heli with BC. We're done with the Cyclones. Last, they almost find another BC, but they do find the starport itself. They can focus it down eventually. I mean, Mixu, he's holding his own. Does have a comparable army size at least. Just down in economy. It's gonna take a lot of scans. Goliath's not known for destroying buildings, but there we go. They get the starport. And Quanta is walling up. Uh-oh. What have I gotten myself into? Like, Quanta did an amazing job at taking an economic lead, but you can see Quanta throwing down sensor towers, getting tank lines ready, taking another expansion. And Quanta is turtling up. It looks like he's not moving out anytime soon. He's just full on turtling at this point. And Quanta should be the first to max out. So we're getting mech v mech. SC2 versus Brood War. Now, Mixu, even though we have a comparable army size, Mixu does have a subpar army because he has so many Goliaths mixed in instead of Vulture. I mean, again, he was forced into it because of all these BCs. But it will make it a little bit more awkward for the main army to actually push into tank lines. Whether it's more Vultures or even getting into BCs of his own. Meanwhile, BCs, they harass towards the south. They force back the army. They're going for the CC. Oh. Going for the expansion. I mean, it is 3 BCs. They will force it to lift. Goliaths have arrived. They CranKy well. They force the teleport. 1 BC goes down. Oh, sorry. Or 3 to escape. Never mind. They all get away. Mixu has to back up. I will say that the 4th base is delayed here for Quanta. It's a delayed expansion. Just now taking it. He's up to 80 SCVs. Now transferring over. Building on more tanks, more Hellions. Now, what I was going to say is that usually in TVT, we get out of Tank Hellion and we go into air control, right? Into Sky Terran, into Vikings, into Liberators, and Liberators do reign supreme. But because there are so many Goliaths, that isn't really viable for Quanta. Meanwhile, we're going in. We go for the dive. Yeah, massive tank boys going off. The Goliaths, they do tank some shots. And Mixu is breaking through. Takes down the first line of tanks. Hellbats were a little bit too late, and every tank goes down. Very good fight here for Mixu. Is breaking through, but BCs, they come in from behind. No more Goliaths! No! The Goliath count was reset. And the BCs, they force everything back. And of course, Quanta now reinforcing with his ground army. The tanks have to get the hell out of here. BCs lead the charge. See if Mixu can hold on. Oof. Yamato goes off. Goliath's trying to push in. Yamato's here on the Goliaths. Yeah, Hellbats are getting on top of the tanks as well. Oh, and it looks like Quanta is breaking through. Yeah, it takes on the final tank. The BCs is on their job. Now here comes the ground army. Quanta sieges up and he will take control of this expansion. CC is going to go down. Reinforcements have arrived. Just mass tank. The mass tank is here. There's 0 tanks to defend. All of them did go down. It's just Goliath. We have a handful of tanks on the way, a handful of vultures. And Quanta just stutter steps forward. Boys have to be pulled. And he's getting on top of the production at this point. I love that only half the tank siege. GG gets called and Quanta will take the game. GG. A wild game as well, going proxy BC on Monty Hall. Again, because of the terrain, because of the map itself, he could hide the starport further back up the cliff face, was completely unscattered, and the first BCs did critical damage. It was insane. He took like a 20 SCV lead. It did take a little bit longer for Quanta to get his third and get his fourth base up and running, so took him a little bit longer to really get that going, but regardless, BCs, they did so much for themselves, and last we saw that that's because it didn't get scattered, Mixu had a really hard time responding, reacting, and dealing with those BCs as well. Because of that, it took a little bit longer to respond with his Goliaths, and even then, the Goliaths were rarely in position to defend. He was pulled apart left and right, had a really hard time keeping up. GG. GG, well played. With that, Quanta does take it. We go. Quanta does take it, and now we have one replay left. One replay left. Oh my god, I didn't even know that was a thing. Follow age. Jesus. It's catching up. A late stage TVT, kind of. I mean, again, it was a really interesting dynamic because I feel like SE2 TVT is all about air control, but because it's easier to mask Goliath and as opposed to Thor, like suddenly things like going into Vikings and Ravens and Liberators isn't as easy against Brood War Terran. So we have a very different kind of dynamic. It was it was more of a brute force kind of TVT instead. More tank heavy. Interesting. Get ready to be here for another 30 minutes. Oh no. Not like this. Yeah. For sure, for sure. As we're getting to our final game here, and it is going to be a game on Troy. I don't think I've actually casted this map before. I could be mistaken, maybe in the early days of HSL, but I don't think I've seen a game on Troy, so I don't know what I'm stepping into. Let's find out. Let us find out. As we are going to be jumping in. Oh my god. Wait, what is this? As we're going to be loading into Troy here, and there's a lot to take in. Oh boy. And yes, this is not a map that I've casted before. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our Brood War Terran player. Our Brood War Red Terran. It is a name that I do not recognize. If you could help me out, Hyper1. It's our Brood War Terran. And in the top right hand corner, we have the SC2 Zerg player, the pink Zerg. It is SS Dia. It's like SSN. It's like a ship, maybe. Let's go. Let's desert, as in deserting the armed forces. You can call him deserter. Oh, okay. Let's desert. Okay. Deserter. I might just call him the Red Terran. But I need to take him. Okay. So a couple of different things here. We have gas geysers. We have mined out gas geysers here, creating a wall, which I imagine you can destroy alongside our natural base, which does have a ramp. Hold on, there's a lot to take in. Do you have CC first from our Brood War Terran player? It's a 4-player spawn map. We can see our Brood Terran checking towards top left, Overlords being sent out, and we are looking for our opponent's locations here. But yeah, the simulators are interesting to me here. I mean, obviously we can eventually break them down. You have those neutral simulators. Likewise, looks like the SCV will come across the expansion. We'll find the location of the Zerg. Okay. The Zerg player has been found. Alas, Overlords are still checking. They're still looking. What I will say is that this base, these are island bases. I see. Okay. I was curious, like, how you take a third. that's what I was curious about. I was like, my brain was like thinking, like, where do we expand here? So we have these completely closed off expansions that you need to like use a Nidus or we need to drop in. So yeah, we have these kind of like island bases. We have the center base as well, which is also very isolated. There are ramps coming into it that look quite defendable, but at the same time, there are these like massive open wide spaces. This feels very awkward. Our Zerg player is going to be expanding and taking their third base though. But again, like, wedging yourself here in between the third and the natural looks brutal. Especially with the high ground here as well. Jesus. So I'm curious how this plays out. Very curious. Regardless, we do have a we have a CC first into a third CC. Very greedy. Very greedy build here by our Terran player, rushing into a third CC before factory. This is insane greed. And he's going to be floating over and taking the island base. This makes the most sense for Terran players, because you can float your buildings. This third base is so secure. This is crazy. What do you do? No Ling run bys, no harass whatsoever. You can harass, of course, with like mutas. Sure, like if the Zerg player does open up muta, it might just be wise to play muta instead. But yeah, this base is for free basically for Terran players. That's crazy, as opposed to Zerg and Protoss. Meanwhile, speaking of, we do have our Zerg player rushing into a lair. Very fast lair out of our Zerg. Link speed into lair. Did stay in gas. So going into a Spire here would be viable, but we're not taking extra gases. Yeah, no extra gases being taken. Are we feeling like Link Queen Nidus all in? Do we have any Overlords in position? No, we have Overlords towards the right, Overlords towards the left, but nothing quite in position to go for a Nidus. So what is the plan here with the lair? I'm curious. There we go. Extra gas is now being taken. Show us the Spire. Roach Warren? Okay. Wait, what was the fast lair for? Interesting. Also, I just realized that there are extra mineral patches here in the main. There are extra patches, it looks like. But yeah, fast lair into Roach Warren, interesting choice. Double Evo Chamber, it looks like we are committing into Roach play. Fast lair can lead into a fast Overseer Scouts, but it's not typically worth it, and we're not seeing an Overseer either. So yeah, a bit of an odd choice here from our Zerg player. Bit of an odd build. Meanwhile, back across the map, CC is being taken. We're going to be researching Siege mode, getting to bio tank initially. I say that there are no... Okay, there is the academy. Wait, double starport? What is happening? What is going on? What did I walk into? Hyper One, what have you done? Shout out to Hyper One for the 10 bits. I do appreciate it, but at the same time, what have you brought me? Because this is not normal. Is what this is. Triple starport. Okay, we're going mass wraith, I would imagine. Triple starport, science facility. Are we going mass science vessel? What is happening? I think you do need the science facility for some upgrades, to be fair. I'm waiting to see if we research Cloak on the control tower, and if we go into mass wraith or science vessel. Meanwhile, mass scans, trying to get rid of what's going on. The Zerg player has been droning. Is still a little bit undersaturated is what I will say. Still not the best droning here. +1 melee despite going into roaches, so I'm still a little bit perplexed as to where our Zerg player is taking this as well. When it comes to the upgrades, when it comes to the tech, like you can see the Zerg player is banking up so much gas. He's got 800 gas. Going for a drop load in the main. Meanwhile, double armory going into mech, or I mean going into air upgrades, I would imagine. Show us the 4th starport. No. Yep, Irradiate is being researched and it's going to be mass science vessel. Okay, now we have the answer. I feel like mutas would have been really good here, not gonna lie. Like, the Terran player has barely scouted. I mean, he was scanning earlier, but I feel like a hidden spire could have done so much damage here. There are no blind towers. Oh my god. Speaking of blind turrets, there are turrets here at the island base, but no turrets in the main, no turrets in the natural, no anti-air. There was potential. I feel like there was potential. And okay, Cloak is being researched. I believe that is for the wraiths. Science vessels are amassing. I'll be honest, so far in the history of us casting SC Evo on the channel, we actually haven't seen too much science vessel play. We've seen it a little bit, like maybe like 1 or 2 games, but it might just be a stylistic thing. Like when it comes to the Terran players that we usually cast, who are we casting? We're casting Quanta and Honmono, and they usually don't play mech, or they don't usually play like this even, I should say. I don't think I've actually seen either of them make science vessels before. Meanwhile, SSDL, mass expanding. Oh, Jesus, taking every base on the map. Just mass expanding, taking every... Why not? I mean, again, our Terran player here is turtling quite hard. Very hard, especially with all these turrets being thrown down randomly. Not the best saturation either. We're getting there. Going Valkyrie. Let's go. Wait. I'm pretty sure that upgrade is for the Wraither, right? The Cloak upgrade? Like, Valkyries don't cloak. Here we go. Science Vessel moving out. One Science Vessel goes down, gets the Irradiate Elf. We'll soften up some of those queens, but they can transfuse. True. Gee, that's a very bright effect, by the way. Very bright. But again, they can transfuse. They'll keep each other up. Mass factory behind this. We're just getting all the upgrades. Why not? See all the upgrades. Getting +1 attack for some reason, even though we don't have any Marines. Sure, why not? No. Not like this. Light's gonna go the whole cast without knowing what the geysers do. What do they do? Am I missing something? Do they do they do something crazy? When you destroy a geyser, what happens? I would imagine it just opens up the area, right? It's gonna scroll up. Oh god. They allow ground access while both are alive. If one breaks, then the whole permits small ground units only. Oh my god, that's crazy. I had no idea. That is not immediately clear. But apparently what Hyper One is saying is that if you break down these gas geysers, then it fully walls it off. I would actually like to see that. I'd like to see visually what it looks like specifically. I would imagine they turn into rocks. Oh, sorry, they turn into debris, I guess. Okay. Here we go. For now, we do have our Terran player just, throwing down our spider mines, of course. Scouting bases. We're not moving out. I feel like we're gonna be here for a while, and I feel like our Terran player is not gonna move out until he's maxed. We had a spider mine going off, by the way. But I feel like we're not gonna be moving out. Meanwhile, after running into a spider mine, we're fanning out units. Trying to bait them out. There we go. Vultures do push out. Let's go. Valkyries towards the south. Looking for overlords. And then we'll find an expansion. I mean, losing a base isn't the biggest of deals. Zero player doesn't quite respond. Yo, there are so many upgrades on the way. I have no idea what some of these do. It's like, oh, it's a cool effect. What's going on? No idea. We're just getting all the upgrades back. We find these bases. No saturation, of course, but there are Hydras on the way. Spider-Mans can pop off, though. Catching a queen. Up. Oh! Spider-Man's take off. Ooh, just one connects. Hydras to survive. And now they're softening up the vultures. They can actually take the fight. They can try it. Yeah, they will clean this up. Lings, they do come in to respond. A couple of Spider-Mans going off. But alas, this will be cleaned up. And we have our Zero player just going Mass Ling Hydra. Okay. Mass Ling Hydra versus Mech. We're going to try and go. Oh, no, no, don't go with the risk. No. Don't try to do it. He's going for it, though. He wants it. Oh, I've seen this before. He's going to try to break the natural. He's going to try and force his way up the tank line. Hopefully, okay. Hopefully he doesn't try to go in. Like, Papi, we have access to Vipers. We have a hive. Just make Vipers. No, he's going for it. I just push in. Tank boy's going off. Oh, no, not like this. Massive tank shots. Hydras, they take down the racks. They take down the bunker. They do not touch the tanks, and we lose the entire army. Ay, ay, ay. At the same time, Valkyries, they're hunting down overlords across the map. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, to be fair, even if they were Vipers, the Valkyries, they're getting every single overlord. Oh my god, the supply block. Yeah, the supply block is brutal. I feel like I'm watching like a ZVZ when one player goes Corruptor and they just hunt down all the overlords. But the Valkyries, they're popping off. They're so fast as well compared to a Viking. They zoom in, they're looking for more overlords. Meanwhile, no, he's doing it again. No, he's aping in. Oh my god. The wall's being thrown down. Lings, can they get a tank? Oh, they get one. One tank. Oh, just two. They get two tanks. Have only two tanks gone down this game? It's not. It doesn't even show. It doesn't show because the tanks died from friendly fire, but only two tanks have fallen for 263 Lings and 38 Hydras. Oh my god. And he's gonna keep going. Like, hey, I mean, hey, look, the reality is, because SSDR has the entire map, technically, they could just keep rallying Lings, and even if they kill like 2 tanks at a time, like, we're breaking through. Eventually. Eventually, the Lings will deal with the natural. Like, the Terran player has not expanded. Still only on 3 bases. Meanwhile, SSD are massing more Lings. There's no further tech, like there's no Ultra Cavern or Spire, or it's just Ling Hydra available. No Lurker 10. Spider-Man's going up. Oof, massive connections. More Spider-Mines on the way. Our Terran player has a massive bank. Is still even undersaturated here at the island base as well. And oh my god, we have some rough SimCity going on. Units are trapped in the main. Ay, ay, ay. Ooh, the vultures are trapping themselves. Oh my god, never mind. The Lings are trapped the vultures. The choke point is brutal. No. Oh my god. Yeah, Lings, they cannot engage. Not into the choke point. And the Terran army is just being so cost efficient. Lings trying to get the surround. Vultures pulling back. Distracting the Lings. Once again, they can head into a choke point. Oh no, he's baiting them in. Ooh, the friendly fire though. There's a bit of friendly fire. Likewise, I think one more tank went down. The fact that the production is actually trapped in the main, this could spell the end of the natural. Like, there's only 4 tanks. There's only 4 tank siege. Again, technically, I can see the Zerg player breaking the natural base. There, never mind. Looks like now the Terran realized, there we go, the rest of the army is coming out. How many science vessels? 9. 9 science vessels. Oh, let's go. Jesus. Alright. Have we hit 400 Lings lost? Oh, we have almost 500. 500 Lings. Oh, no. I think I've casted a game with like 800 Lings killed. I think I have casted that in SC2. Oh boy, we're making out 120 Lings at a time. Oh no. Vulture's moving out. Taking down more Lings, and again we're just massing pure Ling at this point. Spider Mines once again connecting. We're lacking Spider Mines though. The Vultures finally get surrounded. Oh, finally, kind of. There we go. Lings will clean this up. They finally shut down the Vultures. Not a bad trade. So we're lacking Spider Mines. Medics on the way? Why are we making medics? What? we there's nothing to heal. Oh, the irradiates are brutal. Massive irradiates. Medics, okay, medics and Hellbats are on the way, I guess. Sure. They can heal Hellbats. True, true. Ay, ay, ay. Lings again on the surround. Once again, forcing their way up the ramp. Oh my god. And not like this, they get a handful of Vultures. Meanwhile, science vessels, they're looking for some damage. They could even get into the mineral lines and irradiate the drones. They go for the queen. Alright, how many Lings? Alright, I'm gonna say, are we up to 700? 712 Lings killed. Jesus. Can we get to 1,000? Can we get to 1,000 Lings? Jesus, the Hellbats, they're so, I mean, they look quite cute. They've got their little backpacks on. But they will be a better response against the mass Ling. True. As the army moves out. Again, you can irradiate and then clean up with the Hellbats. Likewise, Spider Mines. They can pop off as well. Ultra Cavern on the way. SSD, he wants to spend his gas. Oof, oh my god, the Spider Mines are brutal. Jesus. Spider Mines are popping off. Ling's trying to come in for a surround. But again, they're going to be running into Hellbats. Hellbats are set up. Oh my god. Alas, Lings, they will not break through. The Hellbats, they stand strong. They hold their own. SSD are plummeting in supply. Okay, that was like 4 Hellbats as well. That's crazy. I mean, they are 3-3, about to be. +3 is on the way. Have we reached 900? Get 916 Lings. Jesus. That's a lot of Lings. And SSD actually has 0 army supply. There's no army. It's drones and queens. No, he's making ultras. Make more. You're so close to 1,000. You're so close. Alas, no more Lings in production. At this point, I feel like our Zerg player has learned his lesson. Ultras on the way instead. What's crazy is like the amount of flame that the Hellbats produce are insane. Jesus. And then we're going Mass Hellbat at this point. Mass Hellbat Vulture. Came with the production. We'll see how they compare to the Ultras. Ultras do not have kindness plating. The Ultra has arrived, takes down the Hellbats, going for the medics. Ultras, they just want hugs. They just want hugs. And is the Zerg player, is he gonna do it with the Mass Ultra? I mean, Irradiates can pop off though. Like, we can irradiate every single Ultra. Irradiate, papi! Go for it! Oh my god! Ultras go down, Ultras pushing in. There we go. Irradiates have been thrown down. Oh my god, the Ultras, they melt! They just explode. And now we're remaxing with more Ultras. Oh god. Here we go. There we go. Radiating the mineral line as well. Shuts down the drones. I feel like throughout the course of this game, like, we have underutilized Irradiate. Like, Irradiate could have done so well throughout every aspect of this game. We're now getting there. Meanwhile, we're done with Ling, so it looks like we're teased. We're not going to see any more Ling production, just pure Ultra. Meanwhile, Terran player has taken a fourth. Has taken another expansion. Ultras have arrived. Radiates are being thrown down. Jesus. And yeah, you can irradiate every single Ultra. Just, oh god. Every single Ultra gets irradiated. And they're trying to force their way up the ramp, and not like this. Not like this. The Ultras do nothing. They're so squishy. Oh no. There we go. We have learned. We have Vipers. Vipers are finally on the way. Let's go. Now, I believe there's still Valkyrie, right? Yes. There is still Valkyrie on the field. They were hunting down Overlords earlier. So, on the one hand, I do think there's a lot of potential for Vipers. On the other hand, though, they can be irradiated. They can be shut down by the Valkyries as well. There is anti-air. So, again, Vipers on their own, they can still be sniped and they can be dealt with. Speaking of, there's the first Irradiates on the first Viper. Does take a lot of hits. Hellbat's pushing forward. I appreciate that they have a unique model as well. Like, I recall for Starbow, the Hellbat would, sorry, I keep saying Hellbat. The Firebat would just be a Hellbat, but like miniaturized. But this is like a unique Firebat model, I believe, from co-op. So Firebats, they pop up. God, their shoulder pads are so big. Or just in general. They shut down the expansion. They're so bulky. They look more like Space Marines than Marines. If you catch my drift, if you get me, just because of how large the shoulders are, I think. Like, they stand out so much. They're out of Warhammer 40k. Jesus. Maybe it's just because they're red. But maybe. As more Ultras have arrived, do we have our Vipers ready? 2 Vipers. 2 Vipers towards the north. I'm a little bit concerned that SSD is running out of resources. I mean, he has plenty of bases, but he does need saturation. As Ultras, they race back home. There we go. Lings are being produced once again. Can we get to 1,000 Ling kills? Can we get there? Also, what I should emphasize as well, I mean, we've been talking a lot about what our Zerg player is doing, not what they otherwise could be doing. But of course, getting into this kind of army composition with this heavy of a tank count, I would have said going into Skyzerg, right? Corruptor, Broodlord. Corruptors can help deal with the science vessels and the Valkyries, fight for air control, then Broodlords can pop off. Alas, we're just committed to just purely Ling Ultra. Speaking of, Irradiate on the Vipers. We do miss some Irradiates on the Ultras though. They're pushing in. We got Blinding Cloud. Blinding Clouds pop off, and can we break through? Oh, it runs out. Never mind. Blinding Cloud runs out, and the Ultras, they melt once again. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it was mistimed. Blinding Clouded too early, and the Ultras were too late. The Ultras do nothing. And now we're back into Ling. we have reverted back to pure Ling. Let's go. Meanwhile, Valkyries, they pop off once again, hunting down all the Overlords. Oh, heavy supply block here on our Zerg player. Yo, these Valkyries, they kill Overlords so quickly. It's insane. The Vipers as well is what I mentioned earlier, but there are plenty of Valkyries, and yeah, they hunt down the Vipers. More Vipers getting caught out. Jesus. The attack rate. They cracked. The downside, of course, is Valkyries don't shoot down. They also can't land like Vikings can, so they're very specialized units, which is why their anti-air is so good. But I mean, they do well for themselves. The answer is passive bombing, of course. But yeah, we mentioned before that like the answer to this is just air control. It's fighting for the air. It's just like Corruptor, Broodlord, Viper, Infestor. It would just be air control, but alas, we're trying to brute force it instead. And I mean, this can still work. Not like this though. Oh god, oh god. Lings, they get a handful of Hellbats, sorry, Fire Bats. 1,070 Lings and 43 Ultras. Crazy. Ay, ay, ay. And we're making more Lings. Now, eventually, the question becomes, does the Terran run out of money? Again, the Terran doesn't really have any mining going on. There's a little bit of mining here at the islands. There's nothing at the natural. There's nothing in the main, or there's one patch in the main base. There is, one fully saturated base here towards the center. And it looks like we're trying to take the right-hand base as well. Like, over time, Jesus. Obviously, the Terran is hyper-efficient. But, over time, can the Zerg player whittle him down? Can we go full, like, what's his name? Zap Brannigan? Just keep sending wave after wave after wave of Lings, and eventually, the Terran will run out of bullets, right? They'll run out of... they'll run out of ammo? Will that happen? Gee, oh god. I mean, not with these science vessels, to be fair. As they're coming in, they're raiding everything Lings, they flood in as well. And they trade against the Vultures at least. I mean, the Zerg player has a lot of minerals to spare, so may as well. Like, the Zerg player has a massive bank. Oh god. Honestly, I don't think there's anything stopping the Terran from literally going on a bit of like a parade around the map and just irradiating every single mineral line. Every single one. Just go for a lap. just go for a bit of a walk, cruise around the map and just irradiate every single one. I feel like we can pull that off. But alas, we're still just chilling back at home. Going back into Ultra. Oh, Jesus. It's like the water effects trying to get to Emperor Fry after he drank their full room. True. Where they like smash. Oh my god, no! They're like smashing their heads against the wall, trying to break through. I mean, eventually they did. Eventually the door did break down, but ooh, a brutal supply block. Ay, ay, ay. Every time I see the Valkyrie just going up against the Overlords, it's crazy. It's insane. But here we go, we have how many ultras? 13 ultras. Now what's terrifying to me is that another Terran base is about to be established. Here's a scary thought. Mass Irradiate coming in once again. Irradiates soon to irradiate every single ultra. Jesus. Oh my god, oh god. Even without the tanks, the ultras, they just melt. Jesus. It's brutal how powerful Irradiate is. It's insane. Like, there is no equivalent of an Irradiate in SC2 for Terran, I should say. I guess the equivalent used to be Hunter Seeker Missile, for those that remember, like years ago at this point. But that was patched out. That was eventually they did get rid of that. And even then, that was burst damage. You can micro against it because it targeted the units. I mean, you can still micro against this as well, true, to be fair. As we are just trying to max out on Ultra. Yeah. Every ultra gets irradiated once again. Not like this. Stop making ultras, man. We don't need to. They literally have just been burning resources for you. Irradiate on the SCV. Let's go. Defense Matrix is what. We're still making more ultras. The Zerg player is burning through his bank. At one point we had, what, 14k minerals. Now we're down to 7k minerals. So the bank is being burned through, and again, we're just trading energy, like energy for minerals and gas. So the Terran's being hyper efficient, hunting them more overlords, going for more science vessels. Will we ever make a spire? Will it ever happen? Por favor. Please. I mean, even then, it's not going to be easy. Even then, it's still very, very... Even if, like, we max out on Corruptors, I still see a world where the Terran player could take it. Especially with Irradiate, but... Oh, no. Viper's coming in, going for the Blinding Clouds. But again, it doesn't matter. Like the tanks are irrelevant. It's about the science vessels. As Ultras trying to force their way through, tank boys go up. We even had Defense Matrix, we didn't even need it. I mean, I appreciate that we had a plan there, of course, to try to break the natural with those Blinding Clouds, but... like, talking a little bit about the player, it does feel like our Zerg player here is hyper fixated on breaking this position. Because of that, that's why we've been maxing out on Ling and Ultra and Vipers as well. Like, it's been all about breaking this tank line, without really realizing that at this point the tanks are more of a supportive unit, and the main threat is the science vessel, is the spellcaster. Like, this is the main character, not the tank. They're just a side character back. Oh no. But hey, does get into the mineral line. 8 SCVs go down. Likewise, transferring workers get called out as well. Ultras making their way in. And they will get on top of some of these tanks, finally! Irradiates were late. Never mind. As the tanks, they hold their own, not a single tank goes down, but the economy is crippled. 16 SCVs fall. All the workers here towards the left, the workers here towards the right. The Terran player, again, the bank, it's being thinned out. He's got what, less than 2k? No shot. Does the Zerg player win this game? Again, if we can deny mining, and if we can pick off like one tank at a time sort of thing, like one unit at a time, like I mean, maybe Zerg wins. I mean, it's still hard to say that when there's no answer to the science vessel. It's still very hard to say that, but again, the Terran does have limited resources. Like, we're mined out here. I mean, there's no economy right now. That there is just zero economy for the Terran. Like, Papi, you can bring this home. You can do it. I believe. Get the Spire. Or even just, I mean, we have the Hydrogen, right? Just even, I mean, Mass Hydra will still struggle against this, against the Irradiates, but I mean, everything will. It'll be something. We have access to the Hydras. It's not going to be pretty, but it can work. Oh. Oh, no! Irradiates have been knocked down. We're knocking down the gas geysers, finally. Ultra's pushing in. Oh god. And they do trade against the medics and the fire bats. Getting us off the tanks. Not a single tank goes down. Defense matrix goes off. 18 more. Oof. Speaking of banks, this might be the final round of ultras. SSD is running out of minerals. There's still minerals to be mined, especially down here, bottom right. There's still minerals, but we are mining out, and he's down to a 2k mineral bank. Likewise, Terran player is out of money. Terran player is down to 37 minerals, so no more resources. What you see is what you get. He's investing into rates. I'm hoping that the rates force anti-air. True. I'm hoping this, like, these rates might work against the Terran because they should force a response. Because they can shoot down, right? Maybe? As Wilderness is mining. Rates have arrived. Ultra's pushing in. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh god. But the race though. Papi, do we respond? Ultras, they barely don't get a tank. Rates are popping off. Do we make Hydra? That's a lot of race. Do we make Hydra? Do we get there? Back. Up. Maybe. I'm still waiting for the lava to be spent. We're still deciding. Base goes down. What are we remaxing on? What's it gonna be? I mean, they're a race. They can kill buildings. What do we remax on? Are we forced to throw down a Spire? Does it happen? Queen goes down. Do we? Oh god, oh god. Don't get supply blocked, please. Overlords have to get the hell out of there. Valkyries are coming in. Do we make? What are we making? What are we? Where are we gonna go? Meanwhile, science vessels, they're catching out some of these workers. SSD is still holding onto that larva. Has so much larva, by the way. Oh, we're remaking SCVs. The economy is getting back up and running slowly for the Terran, one SCV at a time. Do we go Hydra? Maybe. Maybe. Oh my god, they're irradiating themselves. I'm true. You can't do that. Science vessels, they irradiate themselves. Now what is a little bit concerning about this? Oh, they're fine. Never mind. They take no damage. Crazy. They kill every single drone. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, only biological damage, or only biological units get hurt by irradiate. I mean, I guess that makes sense. Like, radiation doesn't really hurt, like, mech units. So every drone goes down. Spores are being forced out of our Zerg. But these Wraiths are killing another expansion. Another base being taken. I feel like we're stumped. I feel like the soul of our Zerg player has been defeated. I think he put his heart into this game. It's been 42 minutes, Pappy. Oh god. It's been oh god. No, all the drones. It's been 42 minutes, and I feel like we've lost our hope. We've lost our smile. Oh no, protect this Zerg player. He's lost it, Pappy. There is no more hope. You can do it though. You have a bank. I believe. Just lost all of his drones. Oh, and the Terran player did make a dropship. So we picked up all the SCVs, and now the Terran has an economy again. Our Zerg player, their morale is in the gutter. Their soul's been crushed. Spire, let's go! Spire! He's doing it! Oh, let's go! It's happening! It's happening! The Spire is on the way! Now these are gonna be 0-0 corruptors, but we can destroy science vessels, and we have no bank. Now the problem is, if this was on sooner, we could, over time, chip away at the science vessel count and eventually kill them and eventually win the game. The downside here is that now we're expanding. Ooh, we're double expanding. The Terran player is double expanding. The Terran player will have an economy. The Terran player will be able to rebuild and replace those science vessels. So it's not as clear-cut anymore. It's still not going to be easy here for the Zerg. Especially with all these Valkyries, with the Wraiths as well. Like, there is a little bit anti-air for the Terran. Checking the production here. It's 6 Wraiths and 10 Valkyries. Alongside a Radiate. So it's not going to be easy. The Zerg player is going to have to split. He's going to have to spread his Corruptors, split, and hope to avoid Radiate damage as best as possible. He can micro as well. He can pull the Irradiated Corruptors away. Oh, he's going... Oh, he's crazy. He's going Muta. Oh, that's dangerous. I mean, I'll be honest. I can see all these Mutas dying to, like, 2 volleys from these Valkyries. This is very risky. Oh. These are 0-0 Mutas. I can see these Valkyries popping off and completely shutting them down. Oh, no. Irradiate as well. Like, these Mutas, they're so fragile. Against a Radiate Valkyrie? He's crazy. Speaking of, here they come. Irradiate on the Mutas. Oh, no. Speaking of, yeah, we can just mass irradiate Mutas. They're going to be shut down. We don't even need the Valkyries. Race, they come in. And the Mutas, they don't get much done here. We can make the Corruptor, Papi. Por favor. No, he's going back into Ultra. No. We were so close. We were so close to Corruptors. Oh, no. And with that, that's the bank. With that, that is the bank of our Zerg player. He's gone back into Mass Ultra, and that's it. That's all there is left. No more bank, no more minerals, no more gas. This is how the story ends. I had hope. I had hope, Papi. There was hope in my heart when we saw the spire. Never mind. He gave me hope and it was stripped away. So there's gonna be one final hurrah, one final push towards the natural. I'm concerned that our Zerg player here has lost his way. He's gonna come out of this game thinking Terran Imba, Papi. You can't even break the natural. True. Can't even break the natural. All they need is a wall of tanks, and they kill everything. Speaking of the ultras, they go down. That was the final wave of ultras, and there is no bank. There is nothing left. Unfortunately, the Terran player doesn't know this. The Terran player doesn't know that there's nothing left. And we've seen how passive and defensive the Terran player has been this entire game. The only buildings that have gone down have been to raids. So, it's very possible that this replay goes on for another 15 minutes. It's very possible that it just goes on and the Terran player doesn't move out, and the Zerg player forces the Terran to kill all the buildings. It would be a shame if that's how this game ends. But that is possible. But that's how things concluded here. I say 50, we could even be here for another half hour. Like if the Terran player doesn't know that he can move out. And I mean again, he has no reason, he has no way of knowing just how much resources the Zerg player has. So staying at home and defending, which is what he's been doing for the past 47 minutes, it would make sense to keep doing this. So yeah, could be here for a while. Let's have a look here. Oh my god. 1,300 lings, 149 ultras. Jesus. Over 100,000 minerals lost against 22k minerals. Like, again, the efficiency is insane. Absolutely insane. That's a screenshot right there. Aye. But yeah, oh look, oh, there's still some Hellbats, Marine. Turrets only, burrows being researched, and I feel like we've kind of got the gist of it at this point of this game. We've researched, let's go, tunneling claws and burrow. Okay. Are science vessels detectors? I think they are, right? Okay, we have a wave of lings on the way. Lings, I mean, they can pop off against these mineral lions, at least one of them. The other less so. Oh no. Are we gonna run into the spider mines? Are we gonna be running up the ramp again? Don't do it! Not again! No! What is the definition of insanity? Oh no. Oh no. And there it is. We don't stick around. No GG at the end, and we don't, thankfully though, we don't wait for the Terran player to kill all the buildings because the Terran player was never going to move out. GG, well played. The deserter does take the game. Oh my god. GG. Get me out of here. GG, well played. That was a game. That was wild. That was crazy. My heart. I had hope at the roller coaster ride of emotions throughout the course of this game was insane. I will say that at least. I will say that. GG, well played. Exclamation mark Funada Hyper 1 in the chat. Hold on. There we go. Este Hyper One. GG, well played. Or random. Hold on. I gotta do the right thing. Nada at. There we go. It's crazy. GG, well played. Turn play, let's take it. My heart goes out to the Zerg player. My heart does go out for him, and I hope he's able to see the light one day, and not be too afraid to, you know, throw down the spire and get into corruptors and broodlords. And I mean, there's a whole other world of Zerg at his fingertips that he just didn't quite touch. Was just locked in on the Ling Ultra. GG, well played. Oh my god. And in the middle of that game, I believe there was a replay redeemed in the chat. There was a replay redeemed by Matt. I believe Matt did redeem a replay. Did Hyper One redeem another one? No shot. No. No shot. Let me just double check. I feel like I need to put a cap on Hyper One. A Hannibal, Papi, animal. But yes, we do have a couple of additional replays redeemed. I'm afraid what I'm about to walk into after what we... I mean, after we just survived that game on Troy, we can survive anything. We can... we'll be fine. We'll make it. We'll make it. Together. But we have 2 more replays redeemed. What do we have? We have another game on Troy from Hyper One, and we have a game from Matt as well. So I'm just trying to find it. On Golden Aura. Okay, we're getting there. Oh my god. Okay, so after that game, we're going to be going on a small break. Going to be going on a short break. I'm going to get these replays ready, and then we can jump into 2 additional replays, and then we'll be jumping into the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. Until then, take this moment. I'm also going to refill my water. I have no water left, as you can, oh, it's empty, as you can see. So I will need a moment. So take this moment to drain your disruptors, massage your marines, get some snacks, get some food, and we'll be back with some more viewer replays. Oh boy, see you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the continuation, the finale here of the viewer replay cast for the day, for the month even. Again, we've been slowly accumulating these replays over the course of the month, and now we are back to cap it off here. We have 2 more replays left. Hope you're ready, hope you're excited. I see in the chat, it would never have occurred to me before today that 20 science vessels is a hard counter to ultras. I feel like we all came away with something from that last game. I don't know what, I don't know if it was a good or a bad thing, but I feel like we've all experienced something and we've changed as people. Oh god. And we have 2 matches left. 2 matches remaining. One of them is on Troy, and the other, of course, is from Matt in the chat. It is a ZVP. I feel like... Okay, I feel like we should continue for now with SC Evo. So we're going to be hopping into the game on Troy first, and then we'll end the viewer replay cast with Matt's game back to SC2. So I feel like we're still in the mode of StarCraft Evo, so we'll finish off the StarCraft Evolution maps first, and then we'll be jumping into Matt versus Trap. Oh boy. We'll get there, we'll get there. As we just came back out, but they drag us back in, we are loading back into the very same map, back into Troy. No. Will we be broken? It's a TVT. We're going to be loading into a TVT, Terran versus Terran on Troy. We just saw what happened in the TVZ. We were stuck in there for 50 minutes. And I am concerned. Okay, sorry, my apologies. It is random versus random, but I believe they end up rolling Terran. Let's go. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Troy, we have the red Terran player rolling the SC2 Terran for Hyper 1. It is Hyper 1. One of the 9 delights. Transcendence is what we've all experienced. Where have we transcended to? That is the question. As in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Brood War Terran player, the blue Terran for Hyper 1. It is Mevin. Mevin? I'll go with Mevin. And here we go. Now, as a reminder, this is a 4-player spawn map, so neither player knows exactly where they are. On top of that, it is random versus random, so neither one knows where they are, who they are, or what they are. We know they're animals. We know that much at least. As Hyper 1 is going for an SCV scout towards the north, meanwhile Mevin immediately scouting horizontally, and with this scout, Mevin will be fully aware of what's going on, will confirm the race and location of his opponent. So better start here for our blue Terran player. Does confirm the CC first build. Meanwhile, Hyper 1 is still looking, still scouting, checking top left into top right. So it'll be a much later scout here from the StarCraft 2 Terran player. You know, Nevin back at home going double racks. Interesting. 2 racks opener here out of our Terran player. Followed by the CC. Bit of a later expansion. So we will have the slightly better economy for Hyper 1. And we'll have access to additional units here from Mevin. It just says Mevin. Mevin. Which one is it Mevin or Mevin? No. SCV is moving out. Hyper 1 still scouting for the expansion. Right, oh, Rhymes with 7. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Rhymes with 7. Mevin. Yeah, we got there. I gambled a little bit. You guessed correctly. As we are going to be settling in. No major tech pods yet from our players, just focusing on their economies. Alas, additional Marines here for our Terran player. And he does end up hiding his second racks, building up a larger Marine count. We'll see if he goes for the Academy, if he heads into Stim, and goes for like a 2-1-1 push or something along those lines. Can't see that potentially working. Meanwhile, Hyper 1 settling in. Going down his factory. And once again, I'm not really too familiar with the skill level of our players, but, you know, coming in fresh. Good to go. Still just waiting for our tech of choice. There we go. Factory has been thrown down. So a bit of a delayed academy. We're not rushing into Stim. factory first. And we have Hyper One, yeah, going for the third CC. Now, we saw this in the previous game from the Terran player as well. Specifically on this map, Terran players can rush into this island base quite quickly, but this is applicable to both players. I don't know how familiar Mevin is with this map. I mean, Hyper One has been porting these maps over from Brood War, so I'm sure he's very well versed in them. Oh, as Mevin is going double factory. Okay, double Rax Marine push into mech. That I was not expecting. Again, I was waiting for the ghost for the academy, but last never came. Marines are moving out. There's no bunker to defend. Oh, never mind. The bunker is about to finish just in time. So the bunker will complete, and Mevin won't be able to break this location. It's going to be that much more difficult. Marines do file in. Yeah, we do hit a brick wall. Boys are being pulled. Hyper One does defend. He does repair. And he's fine. He is solid. We'll hold on to the natural. Getting ready for his third TC. Mevin still has not yet to expand. Again, I do feel like we can take this third base quite quickly here, but that says yet to. Working towards tank production. Rushing to siege mode. Oh, no. And we might even see mech versus mech. Speaking of, Starport has been thrown down. The initial 1-1-1 is set up. Hyper One, what do we go for? A Rax or another factory? Oh, it's alright. Let's go. It's Bio. So it is not mech versus mech. Thank God. It is going to be Bio tank versus mech instead. Raxes are thrown down. Eventually working towards Stim. Third base is up and running. Likewise, third base on location for Mevin. Going for the vertical third instead. That is an academy. Wait. Never mind. So I assumed that we were just going to be doubling down on mech and going for like a third factory as well, but I mean, we are investing into mech upgrades. Of course, there we go. Third factory is on the way. But the academy is an interesting choice. Very interesting. As from my understanding, at least, the academy is used for bio upgrades. Rax floating over, trying to get some scouting information. We'll get eyes on the expansion. Loving the use of the Rax. Academy is a comsat station prerequisite. Oh, I see, I see. I did not know that, actually. So apparently you need the academy to get into your scans. To create that add-on on the CC. Meanwhile, Mevin, he does confirm. He does get eyes on all the Raxes. Stim being researched as well. He's fully aware of the bio. And is taking his third. As Mevin is setting up outside the expansion, throwing down those spider mines. Getting into a fourth factory, just committing into mass mech. Meanwhile, Hyper One making use of the short rush distance by air, going for the double drop. Mevin, it looks like he will not scout, he will not confirm. Vultures are out on the map, but he does have turrets in position, and the Marines as well. And more turrets on the way. Mevin fully aware he is vulnerable to a drop. Drop does come in. And the turrets don't quite cover everything. The drop will get behind the mineral line, or will get into the base, into the production. And Vulture goes down, and tank does siege. But Mevin should be able to clean this up. He has plenty to deal with this. And now, Hyper One does confirm that it is going to be mech. Does confirm all the factories. But that was a very expensive scout, I should say. Very expensive. 12 Marines, a tank, at least the medevacs do survive, limited anti-air. There's no Wraith, there's no Goliaths. So the medevacs do escape. And the scan reveals a third base saturation as well. But Hyper One still has a better economy just because of the initial CC first and the faster third CC as well. Once he gets his workers in the mineral line, but he should have the better economy. They get in there eventually. Eventually. There, oh, no, not yet. There we go. So Hyper 1 once again moving out to try and design mining here at the third. It is quite exposed. Vulture's out of position. And again, Hyper 1 with his more bio-heavy composition has a more mobile army and can try to pull his opponent apart. Going for the gas geyser, actually. Mentioned before that if you knock one of these down, it does kind of limit movement here between the bases. Goes to the mineral line, takes down the SCVs. They can't deny the expansion. As we mentioned, Vultures, they cannot go in. And knocking down that gas geyser won't help either. So Mevin, he's completely locked out of his own third base. Ay, ay, ay. CC does fall, and Mevin is going for a massive counterattack. He lost his third. CC's on location, a little bit greedy here by Hyper 1. Dropping into the natural, getting a tank. And what is that home to defend? There's 5 tanks in position. The bunker is empty, but the tanks, they can hold their own. Tanks can hold their own. Mevin slowly pushing forward. Oh, we've seen this before. The tank volleys go off. Massive tank shots. And one tank goes down, but the Marines, the Vultures as well, they get shut down. And I'm getting deja vu from the Ultras. As this position is brutal. I mean, the tanks are slowly falling. There's 2 tanks left. But Hyper 1 is holding the line. Just barely waiting for reinforcements. There we go. Marines are amassing. We have Liberators. We have Ravens. Disable was researched. And the Liberators, they can siege. Even Marines dropping on the tanks, forcing friendly fire. And Mevin gets completely shut down. And from here, Hyper 1 can counterattack. As a reminder, Mevin, he's pretty all in on 2 bases. His third base is just now being landed. No saturation. Goliaths have arrived. Catching a Raven, not bad. Raven goes down, but here comes a Lib. Oh my god, that Vulture, so fast. He was zooming. Hyper 1, he holds his ground. He can keep pushing from here. Behind this, getting his 4 base saturated. Does Mule. And can even take a 5th, as he did double expand. Take another expansion. The graphics don't represent the reality. Yeah, it doesn't. It looks like there's more room than it is. You know, it's like looking at a mirror in the car. Is that units are closer than they seem. But basically, the only thing that can move through this is a worker. Only a worker can fit through, from my understanding. I say only a worker. I think they're classified as tiny units or small units. Maybe a Marine, but I don't think so. As Hyper 1 does push forward. Liberator's popping off, disabling the tanks, but the Goliaths, they do get us around. Not bad. Goliaths, they get behind the Liberators. Not a bad fight here out of our Terran player. Small ground units includes things like, okay. Rax units, so Marines, Medics, Hellbats. Defilers are small units? There you go. That's crazy. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Like, if you think about the Defiler as more of like a snake, like it's like it can like, you know, slither in. As Hyper 1 is mass expanding. Oh Jesus! What a as Hyper 1 is just throwing down a wall of turrets. Interesting, considering that there's nothing really in the sky, but sure. Turrets have been thrown down. I mean, it is creating some awkward SimCity. just spending his money. I mean, Hyper One has been missing macro cycles. He's got 4,000 minerals. I guess may as well spend our money somehow. At this point, could throw down CCs at every expansion, at every base. Even throw down CCs in the middle for planetaries. Jesus, 5,000 minerals. Oh my god. We've missed more than a couple of macro cycles. But it's fine. We're getting there. You know, there was a lot of micro intensity going on earlier. Aye. Infested Terrans can fit. Okay. That makes sense. If a Marine can fit, so can a infested Marine, right? Makes sense. Nice catch here from Mevin. I mean, you can't start harassing. Despite the wall that we have here in the center, these bases are very exposed. Have one moving out. Ooh, and the Goliaths do get disabled. Aye. Some of them at least. Better fight for Hyper One. Yeah, he's going to be slow pushing. And dealing with these Liberators is going to be a difficult thing to do. I mean, the Goliaths, we saw them out positioned earlier. They are a lot more mobile than Thors. They can try to come in from behind. We can try to set up a flank. BC has arrived. Getting into Wraith production. And both armies are maxing out. They've been setting up a potential surround. And he does come in. He does at least try to. Yeah, tank blow is going off. Vultures do fall. And we just run past the Liberation Zones. Boys are being pulled as well. But the Disables, they might just be too good here. Yeah, it's just a meek Rhino. Mevin loses everything here on the ground. Liberators on siege, they fight the BC. And they'll eventually bring it down as well. I say that Hyper One is bleeding out some units pushing up these ramps. Pushing into these tanks. He still does break through. It's not a pretty sight seeing the Liberators fight the BC, but they will get it. Up just a little bit further. The BC does finally fall. And from here, Hyper One can push towards these northern bases. Won't necessarily have access to the CC. Does have more Marines on the way. And can always just siege up his libs. True. You know, if only Spider-Mans could target SCVs. That'd be crazy. Once again, there's still just no secure answer here for these Liberators. We have more starports on the way to get into more BC. Or even more Wraiths. Oh! The medics! Oh my god, the medics. Looks like one of them barely will go down. Not a bad pickoff, but we mentioned before, the Vultures, the ground army can't really come in. And the mineral line is going to go down once again. Aye. Yeah, this is brutal. As the Marines get the entire mineral line and the CC as well. At the same time, Mevin trying to break out. Pushing into Liberation. The freedom is too much. Freedom is here. And GG gets called as Hyper One will take the game. GG. But I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Mevin was not aware of this kind of feature. Like, the fact that you can knock down the gas geysers, and if you're playing mech, like, this is such a brutal loss. Essentially, this does become like another island base. And trying to protect these bases as a mech player, it's going to be quite difficult. You'd have to invest into dropships to actually have any kind of tanks in position, or to go into a more Sky Terran heavy composition, like trying to gain control of the air. Alas, Hyper One was already going Mass Viking. But yeah, I do feel like this is kind of a big thing to consider, and to take into account if you do end up playing something like mech. But GG. GG, well played. Oh, Hyper 1 does take it. Hyper 1 plays more actual Broodal than I do. Oh, I see. GG, well played. I am glad that it was a bit of a shorter game, though. I'm thankful. And we got to see the assimilators actually come into play. But yeah, that is a feature in Brood War, and I guess one here as well. So the way that it works is that the hex box of the gas geyser, at least of this gas geyser, is larger than the hex box or the model of the assimilator. So technically, it shrinks when the building gets put on top of it, and then it expands when the building is destroyed. Right? So that's kind of the idea there, which is why the entry point becomes smaller as you destroy these simulators, which is cool. I mean, I do remember seeing that in Brood War as well. It's a cool feature. Something that we actually don't have in SC2. I mean, we potentially could implement it, but I don't think it was ever used in any kind of competitive SC2 setting. The wonderful defense. Yeah. So that was stop bullshit run bys. True. Does stop them. But here we go. We have our final viewer replay of the night. Shout out to Matt in the chat for submitting a replay that he played against Trap. I imagine this was in an open cup, like an ESL Open Cup, or maybe a KSRS, like a Kalara Steadfast Roddy Cup, or something along those lines. Maybe a Norsosaurus Cup. If you wish, you can let us know if this was during a tournament. But here we go. We are jumping in. It's like, map, I was just laddering on Korea. Okay. It is, yeah. Let's go. And finally, we go back to some SE2 replays as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, oh my god, of Golden Aura. We have our green Zerg player representing Berserker Esports. It is Matt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, getting proxy hatched, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Genji Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. The proxy hatch is upon us. Drone is moving out. Likewise, Probe Scout here from Trap will get eyes on the lack of expansion and the lack of tech in general. There we go. The hatchery has been placed. And initially, scouting the lack of expansion isn't really a big tell. Even if this goes on a little bit longer, you can see here Matt's going to be faking an expansion and is going to be faking being forced into an unnatural location. Spawning pool has been thrown down. And so far, everything looks normal for Trap. Like, the drone was revealed, the drone did move out. We can see that Matt is not expanding, is moving out across the map instead. Oh, we'll go for actually a bit of a later expansion here, potentially, or even just faking it out. As he can throw down spine crawlers across the map instead. Yeah, oh, the deception! Trap does invest in the pylon. He does confirm the earlier spawning pool. That should be a bit of a clue. That should tip Trap off at least a little bit. But now going for the Cybercore before the Nexus, so already a safer response here out of Trap. Pylon is cancelled, now he's checking. Now he's going to check the third base location. He confirms there is no third at the linear base. And what about the triangular? Trap, you know something's wrong. Zealot is on the way. So does prioritize the Zealot. Checks the triangular third, confirms there's nothing there as well. Now he knows. Now he knows it's an all-in. Now he knows there is a proxy. Lings are spotted. And he gets eyes on the expansion. Spine crawlers are on the way. The Zealot can swipe away at the spines. But is it too late? Zealot being chroned out. Lings are soon to arrive. And Zealot is stuck in position. Forge on the way for cannons. Again, this is typically how you want to respond just because you have limited production. But it is a late Forge. And shield batteries on the way. Lings, they can go for the Zealot. The Zealot taking a lot of hits. Stalker has arrived. The Zealot should go down. We're just buying time for the Spine Crawlers. They do waddle in, getting within range of the wall. The Zealot does pull away in time, though. The Zealot should... Oh, God! The Zealot should finally go down. Footlings, they force back the main army, and they're giving room here for the Spine Crawlers. Queen has arrived as well, going for the pylon. And that is Nartos' pylon. And the second pylon on the way. But now going for the Stalker, going for the Cybercore. Link spotting in. There's the overcharge. The overcharge does buy time. Spine Crawler taking a lot of damage, taking a lot of hits. The Spine Crawler does fall. Overcharge did its job. Lings, they flood in though. They're going for the surround. They're chasing down the Stalkers. But it looks like the wall at least has been compromised. Yeah, the cannon, it's not going to really come into play. Lings flood in. Shield battery's putting in a lot of work. Oh my god, actually a lot of work. A lot of Lings go down. But the cannon finally falls. GG gets called. We break the natural, and Matt cheeses the hell out of Trap. GG. I was a little bit concerned. that that the shield battery was buying enough time, because it did allow the cannon to survive so long. But what's important here is the creep. Because of the creep spreading, it meant that there were no additional cannons. They had to be thrown down further back, no additional shield batteries. It was denying any kind of support, any kind of wall off as well, any Sim City. So very important that Matt was able to slowly encroach upon the natural base. On top of that, as we saw, it took a long time for Trap to realize what was going on. Like, it took him a long time to really piece it all together, and that did allow Matt to, you know, gain a foothold, get his Spine Crawlers up and running, and did catch Trap with his pants down. GG. GG, Pop. GG. Well played. Ah. 350 ping for me on Korea. Last game I took the natural at the third. Oh, I see. Ah, the mind games. Good use of the series overall, but GG, well played. Taking a map off Trap, that is not easy. It is not easy. We have seen these big titans fall before. I mean, Trap is in form as well, currently. He is very much so in form. So very impressive that you were able to take a map off of him. I'll always remember that many years ago at this point, Zest did drop a map to Probe Scout in a PvP, to a Cannon Rush. Like, I say drop a map, drop a series to Probe Scout. So you can definitely come out prepared with these wild all-ins, and you can catch out some of these pro players. So GG, well played, very well done. And now we are going to be settling into something a little bit different. We're done with the viewer replays, and we are getting ready for the grand finals of Sparkling Tuna Cup. For those who maybe weren't here earlier today, we were casting Sparkling Tuna Cup. That is our weekly open tournament, and we got all the way to the finals, but unfortunately we were clashing with another event. Last night, Wardy was hosting a 3v3 tournament, and both Geralt and Shameless made it to the finals, but they were also scheduled to play in the 3v3 tournament as well. So because of that, we agreed for the tournament to be put on hold, and for the players to compete in the Wardy event, to play out their matches, play out their series. And they agreed to play out their matches afterwards and to submit replays instead. So this is going to be a best of 5 grand finals between Geralt and Shameless. Again, this was played earlier a couple of hours ago, before we went live. And they did submit the replays. I am unfamiliar with the results of these matches. I'm unfamiliar, but I will need a little bit of time to set things up. Again, it's a little bit less than ideal because, especially because we had a lot of viewership. We had like over 200 viewers last night for Sparkling Tuna Cup. Shout out to, I think Kid Chillin did raid us at the time as well. So we had a lot of eyes on us, but unfortunately we weren't able to end the tournament. So we're going to be ending it here this morning instead. Here we go. So I do need a moment to set up the overlays. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have the best of 5 PvP. And thank you so much to all the people in the chat that did redeem replays, whether it's Hyper1, Matt, ARJ Skater as well. For those that are curious, there is a point redemption in the chat to, I think it's 10,000 channel points to redeem a replay cast. It is quite high, so you know, we don't spam too many replays at once and don't make the cast too long. But yeah, you can do so if you wish. You can, you know, join our Discord server or email us the replay that you want casted, and we will get around to it eventually. As I mentioned before, we've been accumulating these replays over the past month. We don't have this too often, but every now and then we're able to bring together all these replays and go over them as well. And they're usually a lot of fun. Usually it's a lot of aggression, a lot of cheese, a lot of chaos. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. But with that, I do need a moment to set things up, and we'll be back with the final series, or the finals of the night. See you soon. See you soon. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and we'll be back with that best of 5. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to not quite the viewer replay cast, but welcome back to the Sparkling Tunic Cup number 68. As a reminder, again, this is an event, this is a tournament that took place last night. We did cover the majority of the event as well, all the way up to the grand finals, but we did have to put the finals on hold. We did have to postpone it as the players were otherwise unavailable. They had to compete in another tournament, but now we're back. Now we are back and we can conclude our weekly Tunic Cup. When it comes to the event itself, exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket did progress quite nicely here. We had Geralt wanking his way through the upper half of the bracket. He was able to take down Rostock 2-1, was able to take down Hodmono 2-1 as well. Geralt did stumble his way to those grand finals as he did drop maps to Rostock and Hodmono, Protoss and Terran player respectively. Meanwhile, we had Shameless. Shameless was able to bring down Rebellion 2-0 alongside Nikic as well. Had a very close series against Nikic. I mean, we were able to cast both semi-finals, thankfully. Nikic was popping off that night as well, but alas did fall at the hands of Shameless, and that means we have a PvP finals. Let's go. Let us go. We have a PvP grand finals here. It's going to be a best of 5 between these two players, and as we're jumping into this, Gamba. Predictions will be open in the chat. You can place your bets on who you think will be this week's champion. Will it be one Protoss or the other? It'll be up to you to decide. Let's go, as game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Here we go. Sparkle harder. Exactly. Here we go. So we're jumping into that first game. Again, we've seen a lot of Geralt's PvP over the past couple of months, and he has quite a distinct style. I'm curious how his opponents will approach him, as spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing his new team, Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. And if you're in the chat, predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim this series. Best of luck. As a reminder, this is a best of 5 between these two players, not a best of 3. It is a best of 5, and I still have to get used to I do still have to get used to introducing Geralt as a part of Streamer Zone, like for a very, very long time. For many years, ever since the COVID era of StarCraft, Geralt has been on Sidestorm Gaming. He last week did announce that he was leaving the team, and only a couple of days ago, Geralt announced his new team, Streamer Zone, instead. You might be curious, Streamer Zone, what exactly is that? Oh, as they are talking about the Wardy event, as a reminder, they both did compete in Wardy's tournament, which was a 3v3 tournament last night. And Shameless made it all the way to the semis. Shameless's team made it all the way to the semis. I think Geralt made it to the quarterfinals. Oh, true. Easy. As there was a Korean Marupian team as well. Aye. SMH. But yeah, what I was getting at is Streamer Zone. It is a new team that has been formed. I believe they've been around for a while, but they've recently created an SE2 roster. Oh, let's go. But they recently made an SE2 roster, and they have players like Jumi, they have Geralt, they have Nightmare, and they have Quanta. So Streamer Zone, they now have 4 players. Quanta was a very interesting pickup, but really cool to see that Geralt found a new home very quickly. Is a deserving player to be on the team as well. So really cool to hear that he is getting more support. As it is going to be a 2-gate opener out of Geralt and 2-gate opener out of Shameless. Oh, they're both like, yo, we clowned on Maru and Beyond. Who hasn't beaten Maru and Beyond in 2v2? Geralt and Spirit, Shameless as well. They're popping off. But now it's less about the 2v2s. Now it's more about the 1v1s. I appreciate that they're bonding though. I like it. Protoss together strong. As we do have our double dubs moving out across the map. You're like, they have no teamwork. Maru and Beyond, they're just busy, just annoying themselves. This is where you're like, how many Sparkling Tunic Cups has Maru won? Huh? True. 0. Beyond has won a lot, though. Beyond has won the second most amount of Tunic Cups in the world. That is true. Second only to Cristiano. Cristiano, meanwhile, was not here this week for Sparkling Tunic Cup. Not here to reclaim his crown, as he was last week's champion. Ooh, meanwhile, Geralt going for the proxy Dark Shrine. Yeah, we do have the Twilight Council. Dark Shrine is going to be on the way here for Geralt. Again, he's very fond of this, at least throwing it in mid-series, going for the proxy, and show us the Dark Shrine. Meanwhile, Hallucination scouts in the main, does get eyes on Twilight Council, sees it researching, so everything looks normal. Meanwhile, across the map, at they get shut down. Seamus does keep up, and there it is. There's the Dark Shrine. Oh boy, Dark Shrine has been placed. Geralt did lose his adepts across the map, so Shameless was able to shut both of them down. Looks like Geralt was otherwise distracted, but no detection. And because there is no robo, because there's no detection, when the DCs arrive, they could straight up just end the game. They could end the game. Aye. Hallucinated Oracle moving out to scouts, hopefully trying to distract. Likewise, Shameless getting a read on what's going on. And the problem here is, again, this proxy Dark Shrine is so well hidden that there's no reason to be ready for this. There's no reason to have detection. Shameless, he's setting up for a third. Okay, Robo. Robo has been placed here at the natural. Now, Geralt, he sees the Robo, which means he could actually try and snipe the pylon and try and depower the Robo as well before there is an observer. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. The Robo is halfway done. Meanwhile, the Dark Shrine is about to finish. And we're about to have some fast warp-ins here, proxied across the map. Oh boy, will there be detection in time? DTs are warping in. Likewise, Hallucinations got into the main. Seamus does confirm the third. DTs are waddling in. The Robo is done. The Robo will finish, and we should be getting that Observer. Observer should be on the way. I'm hoping at least. There we go. Observer does begin. So Shameless, he will have detection. DTs have arrived. And Shameless can force field. Oh, does he spot them? He doesn't. He does not spot the DTs. They do swipe away. DT at the third, DT in the main. Probes are going down. At the same time, Geralt, he does hit the third. Hit the third base. Just pulling apart the attention of Shameless. Probes are going down. It's going to be 7 probe kills so far. DT falls in the main. And can he force a cancel on the third? Uh-oh. Third base is getting low. Oh my god, the DT adds so much more DPS. Third base does complete. And can Geralt snipe it? He cannot. Whew. Barely. Shameless, he holds. Does hold. Does lose 7 probes in the process. But does establish his third base. Is down in workers, down in economy. Moving out across the map. Geralt is getting ready. Setting up back at home to receive. Shield battery is not ready yet. Oh. It's not ready. He does have Blink. Blink is done for both players. Shameless pushing in. Shameless does have the armor supply lead, and Geralt is going to be punished for those Dark Templar. Does force field, does lock down one of the sentries. Ooh, doesn't quite get the Stalker. Nice blinks out of Geralt. Does pull away. Does pull away in time. The shield battery is done, but it doesn't get targeted down. No overcharge. But Geralt, he's bought enough time. The Immortal has arrived, and with the help of the Immortal, he holds. Geralt does hold, just barely. Things are looking a little bit dire. But again, the Immortal did arrive. Both players have recovered worker-wise. I mean, Shameless has, catching up, being up to 58. Gateway Explosion charge on the way for both players as well, and the game is stabilizing. We're calming things down. When it comes to our advantages, I mean, Geralt was mining more for longer, true. And with that, he does have a faster upgrade, has faster +1, can get into slightly faster +2. There we go, +2 beginning immediately here for the Protoss, for Geralt. But it's not the biggest of windows. You know, Shameless, he's not too far behind with his own upgrade, just by a couple of seconds. Meanwhile, Shameless working towards the Templar Archives, working towards Chargeal Archon. Meanwhile, Geralt, he often skips Archon production and he goes straight into Disruptors instead. That is his style. He's very fond of just going Gateway Army into Disruptor instead. We'll see if he can miss that as well. See if he can miss that again. As for now, he's being active, reinforcing with more zealots. Charge is about to kick in. And once it does, Geralt, he can hit the third. Army is spotted. Shameless does need those Archons. Shield battery goes down. Zealots are coming to reinforce, and Geralt, he's going for the kill. The Prism falls. Nice snipe. War Prism is sniped. The Immortal as well. Charge just now about to kick in, but is it too late? It's still such a close fight. Zealots are being cleaned up. The Immortal has arrived, and Shameless, he can take this fight, but here come more Zealots. Oh! You're coming to reinforce. More Zealots to trickle in. Prism is exposed. Immortal is saved. Geralt, he will snipe the War Prism. Oh, barely not. Shameless, he is holding on. Saves the War Prism, saves the Immortal. Archons are on the way. And again, that's the key unit that he needs here against these Zealots. And Shameless, he's out scaling Geralt. I assumed that he was going to be working towards Disruptors, but alas, Geralt, he stayed on minimal gases. Didn't take his gas at the natural or the third. Just 4 gases for Geralt, just mass Zealot. Stalkers who outposition Shameless. Headed for the natural. Depowering gateways. Diving into the main. At the same time, Zealots, they hit the third. They hit the fourth even. Sniping another pylon. Not bad. Zealots attempt to overwhelm, but there's the overcharge. Oh, the Prism! Oh my god. War Prism goes down, but in the end, Shameless is holding. Does defend. Oh, I spoke too soon. I spoke a little bit too soon, but there we go. The rest of the army does rotate over. Archon is revealed. And Shameless holds. He holds, he lost pylons. His gateways still have yet to be repowered. That does impact his production. Likewise, Geralt, he still reinforces. Still pushing in. Archon's on the way. +3. Geralt does have the upgrade lead. Gets Zealot. There's the Bay into Disruptors, as you did mention. It is what Geralt does prefer in PvP, is rushing into Disruptors. But Geralt was pretty committed. Like, he was pretty committed here, trying to break his opponents, and he wasn't able to. But DTs, they hit the third. They go for the third base, they go for the Nexus. Shameless is able to keep up. Does protect the Observer. Oh no! The Observer goes down! Nice snipe there out of Geralt. Cheeky move. Gets the Observer. And again, Geralt, he's just buying time. Now he's finally taking his gases. His gases at the natural and gases at the fourth. And that will allow him to get into double Disruptor production. Second Robo is done. Disruptors are already on the way. And Disruptors, they do outscale this kind of ground-based army. But Geralt does need time. He needs time to really get into the Disruptors, get into his production. And until then, Geralt, he's vulnerable. Proxy is scouted. Shameless moving out, does have the supply lead. And again, Shameless, he has to deal with critical damage before Disruptors amass. And we get a wall of cannons and shield batteries on the way. Geralt is just trying to buy time. He knows he's in danger. He knows he's in trouble. First Disruptors here. Oh, Nova goes up. Up! No! Oh, friendly fire! Friendly Nova! Shameless, he can break through. Second Nova goes off. Does connect with Zealots this time. Better connection for Geralt. But it looks like Shameless, he has too much. He does overwhelm. He breaks through the front lines. He gets some of the cannons, gets some of the shield batteries. Forcing back the main army. And does get into the fort. Mineral line is going to go down. Another Nova goes off. Ooh, takes down the Zealots. More Zealots are coming in to reinforce, and it looks like Shameless, he has done it. And Geralt, he's so committed earlier, he was unable to break Shameless, didn't get into the economy, into the mineral line. And Shameless, he's snowballing out of control. Punishing just how, again, borderline all-in Geralt was. Now he's down 50 supply. And Geralt does have Mass Disruptor, but that's all he really has. I mean, +3 to just finish. And we can see Shameless going double Stargate. This should be for Phoenix. I guess the cure way to deal with Mass Disruptor is just to lift all the Disruptors with Phoenixes. And Shameless, he backs off. He could have kept going. It would have been difficult to push into 4, now 6 Disruptors. But it would have been possible for Shameless. But he's playing it safe. He does play it safe. He backs off. Getting another expansion. Setting up his own War Prism into the natural. And Phoenix production has begun. As we mentioned before, Phoenixes, when they lift a Disruptor, they cancel the Nova. The Novas are cancelled. So with enough Phoenixes, you can completely shut down all these Disruptors. It'll take some time, though. Waiting for additional Phoenixes. They are building up. Shameless is about to max out. And it's going to be on Shameless to trade. To trade with the army. To keep the Disruptor count low. Otherwise, Geralt can recover. As that is happening, that's 9 Disruptors. Soon to be 10. 10 Disruptors for Geralt. That's a lot of Nova. That's a lot of balls. Aye. How many Phoenixes? Soon to be 8. 8 Phoenixes for Shameless. And he is maxed. He will still take some Novas to the face. It's not going to be a pretty fight, but again, Shameless needs to fight before Geralt maxes out. While Shameless still has that supply lead, does have to send it. The army is revealed. Geralt repositioning. He's getting ready. And that is a very zealot-heavy composition, and Shameless, he will deny the expansion. Let's force a cancel. Your 2 Novas go up. They don't connect. That's what, 9 Disruptors left. Sorry, 9 in total. So 7 Novas remaining. Shameless does that position. He has the high ground. And it's going up and up. Oh my god, they take down an Immortal. And where are the Phoenixes? We need a lift. There we go. The Disruptors, the Novas are denied. Phoenix is popping off. They shut down 3 Disruptors. And Shameless, he can keep pushing. Getting out more of those Novas. Trying to engage with the main army. There we go. Does lift every single Disruptor. Another Nova goes off. Does connect. But the rest are being cleaned up. The rest are being shut down. And Shameless, he overwhelms his opponent. And despite Geralt being the more favorite player coming into this, Shameless, he denies, or he doesn't take too many losses to the DTs. Shuts down the all-in. And does punish Geralt. Meanwhile, across the map, DTs are wreaking havoc. Probes are going down. But the main army of Shameless, I mean, is terrifying. There's no stopping this. Does recall back home. Has the Observer, has detection, saves the expansion. They can keep going. And GG gets called and Shameless takes game number 1. Whew. GG. A very aggressive game out of Geralt initially here. Going DTs again into his, again, I would say borderline all-in. He tried to recover after the failed aggression by going into mass Disruptor production, but he had already lost so much supply. He'd already lost too much to really recover. He needed more time. He needed his opponent to back off, and he needed Shameless to be more passive. Alas, thankfully, Shameless, he did pull the trigger with those, what, 8, 9, just 9 Phoenixes. And GG. GG, well played. Shameless does take a lead. And now we're jumping into game number 2. Ooh, a much smaller map. Going to be loading into Ghost River. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game 2. And we'll see if Geralt can recover or if Shameless extends that lead. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Polish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Streamer Zone down in the series. We'll see if he can recover and bounce back. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the Red Protoss player, representing Team Little Fairy, leading the series 1-0. Can he keep it up? It is Shameless. Now again, a lot of this was off the back of the failed aggression of Geralt. Geralt, again, is going to have to calm things down and give Shameless a little bit more respect. They were bantering, of course, at the start of the game, having fun, but now, serious mode. Now the pants are gone. So are the pants. Now we can settle in. Probe Scout moving out. Shadows to the tuna, of course. It's beautiful. Tuna is here. Shameless does dip into the main. Going for his Probe Scout. Geralt's going for a much later scout instead. So far, everything looking as it should. Geralt could opt to hide that second pylon as a proxy, but it looks like he's not really deviating here from his main path. Looks like the pylon should be thrown down in the main, so no proxy from either player. There we go. Second pylon gets placed in the main base for Geralt. Second pylon in the main for Shameless as well. Both players scout, both players confirm. Both players are aware that there is no all-in, or there is no proxy at least. So everything looking as it should. We'll see where our players take us from here. Meanwhile, it's going to be double Stalker here out of Shameless. Oh, there we go. Never mind. Stalker Sentry against Stalker Sentry. Standard openers. Again, Stalker Sentry is the go-to. It's the bread and butter of PvP nowadays. Just because of how solid the Sentry is in this matchup. Does extra damage than it used to. And of course, does allow you to scout your opponent with those hallucinations. So very macro-oriented. Probe Scout gets denied. Geralt does get the slightly faster expansion. Only slightly. But that will lead to a slight worker advantage for Geralt. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice. We do have our blue Protoss player going into Twilight Council. It's going to be Blink. I mean, I say Blink. We did see Geralt rush into DTs last game. I mean, he went for both, but I expect this time to hold on the DTs and just focus on Blink Stalkers. Usually, Proxy Dark Shrine is something that you do once in a series, not something you necessarily rely upon. Shameless does scout, does confirm. Let's get eyes on the Twilight Council. I mean, Shameless might be second-guessing himself. This is looking quite similar to Game 1. And we know what happened there. Shameless is moving out, getting in position to expand and take a third. Blink also on the way for the red Protoss. So both players kind of mirroring each other. Only slight variations here. And yeah, he's paranoid. After what happened in Game 1, I don't blame him. Shameless, he is fanning out. He's scouting and looking for any proxy Dark Shrine. Hallucination does confirm the third. So Shameless just making sure he's safe. And as he expands, he will move out. Now, once again, Shameless's third base is slightly later, but he does have the army to work with. Does have the slightly larger army supply. Hallucinated Stalkers moving in to tank some shots. They can and they will. He's taking some volleys. Sentry gets caught out. It's getting one, getting two. Yeah, massive pickoffs. Geralt does get the better fight. Shameless has to back off. At the same time, it ups a shade into the natural. This was a distraction. Probes are going down. 3 probe kills. Not bad. Getting a 4th. 4 probes to 2 adepts. Better trade. Better trade for Shameless. Shameless does take an economic lead, but he did lose 2 sentries in the process. Did lose those sentries. That can come into play. is denied. And for now, we're just calming things down. Shameless is going to be heavily reliant on the gateway-based army. He has +1 attack on the way. And for now, just Mass Blink Stalker into charge. Meanwhile, Geralt taking a different approach. He goes for delayed upgrades, instead faster Immortal production, with a faster Robo. So the Immortal count is already being worked upon. Geralt trying to sneak into the natural. He does sneak past. Headed for the natural base, going for the mineral line. Probes are going down. Shameless out of position, and Geralt, he can always just recall. Can and he will. He bleeds out 1 Stalker for 4 probes. A worthwhile trade here for the Blue Protoss. Does trade well. Recovers from the earlier losses from the Adepts. And now Geralt can settle in. Building up more Immortals. As I mentioned before, Geralt, he is known for skipping Archons and going into Disruptors. Last game, it wasn't necessarily his choice. He was initially going for an all-in, and then he was forced into Disruptors a little bit late. This time, extra gases. This time, gases are being taken. And I imagine Geralt is willing to tech this time a lot faster into a second Robo. I'm making the assumption that Geralt is going to do his, like, stylistic choice of rushing into Disruptors, but he could still go into Archon production instead. That is very much so viable. Well, I'm leaning on that bay, or towards the bay. Shameless going for the Temple Archives. Shameless is doing what he did last game and is going into Chargel Archon. And Geralt is doing the same. Okay, we have confirmation. Temple Archives, not a Robotics Bay. Geralt is going Archon as well. So once again, both players are quite similar to each other. I say similar. Again, Shameless doesn't have any Immortals. That's kind of the biggest difference here. As both players are expanding, getting their 4th. Getting their 4th bases. Geralt moving out. He is spotted by the Observer. Shameless knows. Shameless getting in position. Spots the army backing off. Getting ready for his own counterattack as well. Yo, meanwhile, shout out to Dave Tesla. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session, I'm assuming. Hope you had a good time. Welcome. Welcome to the grand finals of Sparkling Tunic Cup. Welcome to our PvP. We have Shameless. Going to be warping in. He has a massive amount of Zealots, but he's going to be pushing into Archons. Likewise, morphing in his own. Army supplies are close. We're trying to keep up. Shield batteries are on the way. But Geralt needs a little bit more time. Oh, the Prism! Oh, massive snipe. Prism goes down. No more reinforcements, and Shameless, at this point, he's going to have to back off. He has to retreat. Stalker goes down. Nice snipe out of Geralt. He's going to be able to hold on. And Geralt doesn't counterattack. Both players going to be embracing Disruptors. We have the Bay on the way for Geralt, Bay on the way for Shameless, second Robo into Disruptors. The balls are coming, Pappy. Let's go. Doing okay, was in the hospital today, but we're alive. Oh, that's good to hear. Take care of yourself, Pappy. Take care of yourself. Aye. Look after yourself. As we are settling in. Again, going into Disruptors. Dark Shrine on the way as well. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a longer setup as the army, or sorry, the bases are being split in half. The map is being split in half. As both players are expanding. This is a game state that you can enter quite quickly here on Ghost River just because there aren't really many bases to take. And it's very easy to just, cut the map in half as well. As Disruptor production has begun. Making 2 Disruptors at a time. And Geralt's catching up in upgrades. There is going to be a small window where Shameless has +3. But Disruptors, they don't care about your upgrades. And that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to the micro, the control of those Disruptors. First Disruptor has arrived for Shameless. Likewise for Geralt as well. Zellaramite does scout the rovers. Zellaramite towards the south as well. Do scout each other. And Geralt, he's setting up for the late game. We have a wall of cannons, wall of shield batteries on the way. This is where Geralt thrives. He has some insane PvP late game. And once Geralt secures himself, he can throw down Stargates and get ready for Tempest. It's kind of the late game army that you're looking for is Disruptor Tempest. Speaking of Skytoss and Tempest, there it is. 2 more Stargates. Stargates are on the way. Once they're done, Geralt can start his Fleet Beacon. Start headed into that Skytoss. Meanwhile, Geralt's getting caught out of position. Shameless does hit the expansion, but there is the wall of cannons. Cannons will buy time. Nova's going up. Shameless shoots first. But here comes the army first around. Nova's don't quite connect. And there's no way out of this for Shameless. He's going to lose everything. The Archons, the Disruptors, is forced to recall and will barely escape. But again, he lost so many Stalkers in the process. Aye, aye, aye. Losing Disruptors, losing Stalkers. Geralt, he can't keep going. And Shameless, he's hurting. It was, what, 5 Stalkers? 2 Archons going down. Not like this. Shameless is vulnerable. Never goes up. Gets the Disruptor. Geralt can keep going. Oh, shout out to Protostegosaurus in the chat. Gah, Papi, gah. Thank you for the gifted subs. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it, Papi. Oh. So Nova's doing collide. Shameless buying time. Buying himself time here with these Disruptors. Likewise, Prism into the natural. Going for a Zealot warp in. Going for a DT warp in. Blinks in. Takes down the cannon. Cannon goes down. No detection. Aye, aye, aye. At the same time, Geralt just trying to force a distraction. Never goes off. Oh! Does connect. Late blink. Not the best connections here, but does shave off some Stalkers. Force wheels a ramp. Backs away. And the DTs, they got 12 probe kills here at the natural. Aye, aye, aye. Geralt just pulling Shameless apart. And back at home, here come the Tempest. Tempests are on the way. Another expansion going down. Never goes up. Oh my god, massive connection. Shameless not quite looking. The base falls. Geralt, he backs off. Now up an expansion. And is embracing that Skytoss transition. Again, this is where Geralt is at his best. Is the late game in PvP. He's just so quick to rush into Disruptors and get into Tempest production. Shameless moving out. Does have the Disruptor lead. Never goes up. Geralt shoots first. Trading 1 for 1. Shameless in an awkward position. Zoned away from his own bases. Oh, the Novas! Oh my god. Once again, takes out most Disruptors from Shameless. Tempest gets caught out. Shameless can hunt it down, can and will. Bit of miscontrol there from Geralt. But outside of that, still has an overwhelming army. He's collapsing in. Shameless, he's trapped. There's no way out of this. Nova's going off. Shameless trying to surround. Oh my god, but the Novas are brutal. And Geralt, he blinks in, takes Nova to the face, but doesn't matter, doesn't care. Will end up cleaning everything up. GG gets called, and Geralt will tie up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Geralt does take the second game, and we have a back and forth. Again, game 1, Geralt had some failed aggression. He was very much so in the face of Shameless. He was punished for it. Here in game 2, a little bit more macro oriented. It's what we know Geralt for being for, taking it slower, taking some better fights at home, but not necessarily counterattacking, just taking up instead, getting further ahead, embracing those disruptors and Tempest towards the end. We didn't really get into full late game PvP, but we were working in that direction. Geralt, he almost got there, and with that, GG. GG, well played. We have that back and forth, and we're jumping to game 3 on Golden Aura. And this is where we see the most late game. Golden Aura, it's a very large map, a lot of bases to expand to as well, and we've seen a lot of Geralt on this map. We've seen a lot of 30 to 40 minute games. This could be another. This could be another one of those games that does go the distance. We'll see. We'll see if we get there. At spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have our Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing his new team, Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. It is Shameless. But thank you, Stegosaurus, for the 5 gifted subs. Do appreciate it. Gracias, gracias. Again, Stegosaurus is going to be hosting the Stego Monday tomorrow, I believe. Tomorrow is going to be the Stego Monday. We'll be a part of that, of course, as well. Be there. I'm sure many others as well. Steadfast, Pig, Dave, Enki, Rocklets. All will be coming together. As Shameless is moving out, does walk past the tuna. Beautiful. Does get past. Back at home should just be 2 gate openers, and it looks like neither player once again is going for a proxy. We haven't really seen too much early game aggression yet in this series, but we could get there later on. Is a best of 5. Oh, the surround! Oh my god! Shameless! He flies too close to the sun. He does get burned. A very nice surround there by Geralt. Shuts down the scouting probe. And with that, Geralt is looking secure. And his follow-up won't be scouted. I mean, Geralt isn't hiding anything, but Shameless doesn't know that. He is in the dark. Behind this, Geralt going for his own scouts, gets eyes on the pylon. Make sure that there is no proxy. And unlike Shameless, Geralt does not get surrounded. We'll get away. We have our initial units of choice. Going to be double adept out of Geralt, so he's going to be a little bit more aggressive this time. Moving out, hoping for economic damage. Meanwhile, Shameless going double Stalker. This can lead into a 3rd and 4th Stalker, which would be far more aggressive here from Shameless to move out and gain momentum. His hope here is to catch the Adepts and shut them down. Likewise, Adepts are going to be hoping to avoid these Stalkers. Interesting. Shameless going for a delayed expansion, going for a Stargate open. Okay. I mean, he was delayed, he was locked in. Stargate is in production. Geralt once again delaying the expansion. And does keep the Stalkers pinned back at home. We catch the probe. Going for the pylon. Adept sneaking up behind this. As Shameless moves out, can Geralt slip in? The pylon! Oh, we do throw it down. The shield battery's just in time. Adepts do commit. And Shameless, he will clean this up. Shouldn't lose anything to the Adepts, thankfully. Oracle's on the way. Geralt was unable to scout, but Geralt should be aware that something's wrong. Again, the expansion is so delayed for Shameless. Geralt, he's already got his base underway, and he's getting the safety shield battery. So he knows something is wrong, he's ready for the Oracle. As the Oracle cannot out-DPS the healing of that shield battery, his main base is safe. Oracle does slip in. Going for the main, shield battery's ready, and the Oracle does nothing! The Oracle has to back off. Meanwhile, Geralt going for a faster blink, Twilight Council is done, and this is where I have to be concerned for Shameless, because Shameless, his expansion is slightly later. On top of that, Shameless did invest quite heavily here into the Stargate, into the Oracle, and it just hasn't paid off, it hasn't paid for itself. And Shameless, yeah, he has to go for the robot. He has to embrace the Immortal production instead. Oh, did even invest into a second Oracle. Okay, we'll see if we can find some damage. 2 Oracles can one-shot probes, the shield battery is not going to be good enough. Adepts shade into the main. Shameless. Oracles and Adepts, they bust in. Probes are going down. So far only 3. Getting 4. 5. Oh my god. 6 probes. 6 probe kills, not too bad. Oh, but it does cost Shameless's Adepts. Adepts go down. Stalker fell as well. And despite losing 6 probes, the worker count is still in favor of Geralt. That goes to show just how far ahead he was when it came to the faster expansion. So the pressure is still on Shameless. So far, so good. Gets another probe. Shameless back at home, starting up Immortal production. Again, Shameless, he knows that he's going to be down Blink, which means he has a less mobile army. So Shameless has to be more defensive. He has to build up at home and build up, 2, 3, 4 Immortals before moving out across the map. So he is going to be stuck at home. And Geralt will have map control. With Blink, he can try to dip in between the bases. He can pick away at any stray units. There is a lot of micro potential for Geralt as he's moving out. And Blink is done. Blink has completed. Geralt pushing in. Going for the Nexus, looking down the Immortal. Can he get it? The force fields are brutal. The Immortal does go down, and that could just be it. And Geralt here overwhelms. The Immortal was necessary to hold. The shield battery as well. But the Immortal was out of range. Shield battery a little bit too far back, or the Immortal too far forward. And GG gets called. Geralt takes a 2-1 lead. GG. Again, a very decisive play there out of Geralt. Shameless had the tools to defend, but unfortunately he was caught out. Again, the force fields, they locked down the Immortal. They just did not allow the Immortal to fall back to the shield battery. Shield battery was a little bit too late. And again, the army was out of position. And Geralt did snowball out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. Geralt does take a lead. Again, momentum is on his side. Can Shameless bring it back here and force the ace match? I'm hoping for a game 5, but the pressure is now on Shameless. The pressure is on. And again, that final game as well just was a really rough start. If you remember, Shameless, he was contained on one base. His natural was heavily delayed. He invested into the Oracles. And the Oracles, they did enough to kind of like equalize the economy. But even then, it was insane just how far ahead Geralt was when it came to his worker count and his saturation. The Oracles did need to do more. Alas, here we go. We're getting into game number 4. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Geralt. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy. Down in this series, he has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Shameless. And welcome everyone, welcome to Site Delta, a very different kind of map in this matchup. We have Shameless opening up with a gate expand economic opener here out of Shameless, which is viable, which is legal here on Site Delta. But Geralt does not. Geralt, he stays on a 1-base setup and is going for a 2-gate opener instead. Interesting. Now, if Geralt throws down a second gateway, and if Shameless throws down a Nexus, or throws down a Cybercore into Nexus, we could end up in a situation where Geralt is tempted to go for a 1-base all-in. Now, the reason why going for more greedy openers is common on Site Delta is because of the ramp. The ramp does keep you safe, does allow you to be greedier, take faster expansions, and go for just more greedy builds. Shameless does open up with the second gas geyser though. Goes to second gas. That means that Shameless can open up Stargate and can go for the max open. Cybercore is on the way. Now, the goal here for Geralt is to deny the expansion. Is to throw down Pylon, throw down a Cybercore even, just delay for as long as possible, force out the Zealot, and try to force a more inefficient build out of Shameless. As the Pylon gets placed, the Zealot's on the way. And I imagine Shameless should be throwing down that Stargate. The Pylon gets thrown down. Yep, there it is. Stargate is on the way. So Geralt does force the Stargate opener. And Geralt did open up with 2 gateways. Now, because of this, Geralt, he will have a Stalker lead. He straight up will have a Stalker advantage. You can see he's rallying across the map. And Geralt, he can threaten the natural. If Shameless isn't too careful, this aggression can snowball out of control. As Geralt's moving out, he has more Stalkers on the way behind this. Adept has arrived, moving out across the map. We'll run into the Stalkers. The Adept is going to be targeted down. Nice damage here by Geralt, and it looks like he will get the Adept. Oof. Yeah, rough loss. Back at home, shield battery is on the way. Oh my god, Geralt still does not allow the expansion. Another Pylon. Yeah, the Stalkers have arrived. With the help of the shield battery, Shameless should be able to hold on, but it's not ready yet. Oh. Shield battery isn't ready. Stalker taking some hull damage. Oracle has arrived. And with the help of the Oracle, looks like Shameless will defend. But even here, this is still good damage for Geralt. As he does force the Oracle to spend energy and waste energy at home to defend instead of attacking. The Oracle finally can move out. Geralt behind this, expanding, getting his natural, taking up into Blink. Twilight Council has been placed. And there's a lot of pressure on Shameless. There's a shield battery in the mineral line. Geralt does defend. Geralt, he's safe in the main. Second Oracle's moving out. Gets caught though. Taking a bit of hull damage. And Geralt's reinforcing, throwing down a proxy pylon. Oh. And he can set up for a 4-gate. And even just 3 might just be too much. He denies the shield battery. Brings down the Zealot. Oracles, they threaten the main base. 2 Oracles, again, they can one-shot probes, but Geralt, he has Stalkers in position. The Oracles do nothing. A proxy gateway has been placed. And Geralt, he doesn't want to back off. And this time reinforcing with the depths. Stalkers do recall back home. And it is a little bit more awkward to wall off here. If Shameless does miss the wall off, these depths, they can just go ham. Can wreak havoc. As the depths, they do shade in, and Shameless does respond in time. Does react. Oracle's still being active. They barely do miss the proxy, but they scout the adepts. Nice split out of Geralt. Just wasting energy. Blink is about to finish. It's going to be 3 gates at home and a 4th gateway across the map, so it's going to be 4-gate Blink out of Geralt. He's moving out. You see him trying to catch the Oracles. Uh-oh. Does attempt to, and he will! Blink in 10 seconds. He gets 1. 1 Oracle goes down. Blink finishing up in 5 more seconds. You see Shameless looking for the proxy. Takes a 3rd. A little bit too greedy here out of Shameless. I mean, the probe scout was denied. He doesn't know what's going on. He doesn't know how aggressive Geralt is. As he's going for a robo. Gets his own 3rd. Army sizes are comparable. Stalker's pushing in. He snipes one Stalker. 2 for 1. Oh. Let's blink away. Nice blink shot of Geralt. Very smooth control. Does get the better trade. Meanwhile, Shameless going into a Dark Shrine. But last, Geralt, he already has a Robo. The Robo is done. Oracle dives into the main, going for the Stasis. Oh. Stasis catches one worker. Just the one. Main armies do clash. Do clash here in the center. And even though there is going to be detection, DTs can still pop off. Quickly checking, there is no observer for Geralt. Not yet. DT just now finishing up. Geralt trying to hunt down that observer. And Geralt's out of position. But Shameless doesn't commit. Does pull away. Shameless pushing forward. CranKy in favor of Geralt. Both players making their hard sounds. Upgrades are not yet coming into play. But Geralt, he can fall back to the shield battery. And he can maintain himself. He holds his own. Still a very close fight. Even Stalker count, actually in favor of Geralt, slightly. Pulls away, the DTs are coming in. There we go, 2 DTs in the natural. DT in the main. Probes are going down, forcing a recall. 7 probe kills, not bad, and 10 probes even. 13. Shameless taking a massive economic lead. He's got 61 probes. Shameless crippling the economy, going for the production as well. Okay, 13 probes, a pylon as well. He's going to be cleaned up. But Shameless, at least economically, is in a beautiful position, getting even a 4th base. Just has to build up. And Geralt behind this hasn't taken extra gases. He cannot afford disruptors if he wants to head in that direction. Is trying to stabilize. War Prism's on the way. Shameless looking good. There's the second Robo. Or is that the first? No, my apologies. That is the first Robo. Never mind. First Robo is just now on the way. If Geralt at any moment had gone into DTs, I mean, that could have been game. We had Revelations, but really that's it. Upgrades are neck and neck. Shameless is up in army supply. Rotating around. Working towards Blink DTs. Better trade here for Shameless. Catches out, what, 3 Stalkers. Geralt has to back up. Shields are triggered. Shameless, he wants that Immortal. Oh, he wants it. Takes down the Stalkers. Not a bad trade. Geralt catching out some reinforcements. Not bad. Prism goes down. But Geralt, he's holding. Is holding on. Does punish the retreat. Takes down a good chunk of Stalkers. The armies do back off. Again, Shameless still has the high worker count. Has not taken extra gases. Now would be a really good moment for Shameless if he took extra, like 2 extra gases and he went into a bay, into disruptors. Now would be the time. Now going for DT Harass. Still sticking with a gateway-based composition. Dark Shrine on the way for Geralt. Makes sense. I mean, he's behind.
Clever.
Geralt, he can bounce back. +2 finishing up slightly slightly faster here for Shameless. So he will have the upgrade advantage. For a couple of seconds at least. For a time. Shameless moving out, +2 finishing up in 3 seconds. Can he get the Immortal? Not quite. Too many Zealots. Shameless backs off. DTs, a waddle into the main. Oh, the Warpins though! He does catch the DTs. At the same time, Shameless snipes the Immortal. Massive pickup. Mortal goes down. The Zealots as well. They do tank a lot of shots. For Shameless, he will overwhelm. +3 has begun for Shameless as well. Maintaining his upgrades. Shameless trading with Stalkers. Better trade for Shameless. Reinforce more Zealots. I believe there's no War Prison for Shameless. No, never mind. There is one. It's on the way. Shameless can reinforce. Shameless still hasn't teched. Like, there's still no Temple Archives or Robotics Bay. So still no splash damage. Just purely a gateway-based army. Gets the War Prism. Very nice snipe. Prism goes down. Disruptors are on the way for Geralt. He knows what he wants. And the Bay is halfway done. He wants those Disruptors. I do think that Shameless could have gone there sooner. Unless he still hasn't teched, he does collapse in, takes out all the Zealots, and Shameless, he wants the third. Do you have another warping coming in? Force Field's working against the Zealots. The Mortal gets targeted down. Geralt, he is holding on. He barely is holding. Defends with DTs. Forcing back Shameless. Archons are on the way. And Shameless overextending a little bit here. Bleeds out all of his Zealots. Zealots go down now. He has to trade with the Stalkers. Shameless has to back off. Much better fight for Geralt. Takes down the Prism as well. He saves his economy. Geralt, he has now recovered worker-wise. And tech-wise, he's ahead. Shameless. Again, he never threw down the Temple Archives or Robotics Bay. And Geralt has both. Well, kind of. Like, he morphed to the DTs. But he's got Archons. Disruptors are on the way. Second Robo as well. Geralt, he's getting ahead tech-wise. And Shameless still... no Bay. Still just Mass Stalker. And Mass Stalker, I mean, it has its place. It definitely is good to kind of outposition the opponent and snipe bases, snipe expansions, get into mineral lines, and get into the main. But in a head-on fight, I have to favor Geralt. Have to favor the Disruptors. The ball slappy. They're here. Shameless moving out once again. As he moves out, does defend back at home. So Rambat doesn't do much. He wants the Nexus, but alas, there is an overcharge. Geralt does hold. And I believe Shameless has not actually seen the Disruptors yet. The Observer just catching the edge of the army. But I believe Shameless is still in the dark. Yeah, he saw the river earlier, he didn't see the Bay. Now the main army is scattered. Geralt is aware, getting in position. Disruptors are here. Shameless has to back up. At the same time, Zealot runs into a wall of cannons. Yeah, Geralt does defend. More cannons on the way. More Disruptors as well. He's up to how many? Up to 5, soon to be 6 Disruptors. And Shameless still has not teched. Now, we saw previously in Game 1 where Shameless did defeat Geralt by responding to this with Mass Phoenix. That is true. That did happen earlier this series in Game 1. But again, there's still no further tech. Shameless is still sticking with purely a gateway army. And the longer this goes on, the more concerned I am for him. I mean, he is maxed, true. He is maxed out. But it's such a risky playstyle. Splitting up his army. Big Stalkers on the right. DTs Zealot towards the left. Running into DTs, no detection. There we go, Observers coming in. Never goes up. Oh, forcing the blink. Do you have a flanking army with a flank? Could get flanked. Nervous once again. Ooh, bigger connection. And Nervous, they crash into the Stalkers. Oh my god, no blink available, massive connections, Disruptors going down. Here come the DT Zealots. Only 2 Archons, but there's the overcharge, there's a wall of cannons and shield batteries. Geralt, he is holding. Does hold. You know, behind this, shout out to Gian Wolf. God, I mean, thank you so much for the I almost said gifted sub, for the Twitch Prime. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you for the support. As Shameless still split up his army, Zelarame towards the south, Soldiers towards the north, but there are DTs all over the place. And Geralt is holding. He is the wall. Doing his best Showtime impression. I mean, hey, there are plenty of cannons and shield batteries all over the place. Geralt, he defends, he maxes out. And Shameless, he is still not teched up. Just double checking, yeah? No further tech. Shameless is trying to brute force this. I would say that this southern expansion is exposed. Like, there's significantly less cannons and shield batteries, so maybe Shameless can break this. Never mind. Never mind. He could have, but now we have another wall of cannons on the way. Geralt taking another expansion. Going for another Nexus. Now both armies do miss each other. We have Geralt rotating towards the south, Shameless towards the north. And these cannons are designed just to buy time. To buy time for the army to rotate. Actually, Geralt, he does keep pushing. Numbers going up. Massive connections with Zealots. And Geralt, he is committing. Going for essentially a base trade. I say that. There's the recall. Geralt, he's racing back home. Recalls only Zealots and DTs. Interesting choice. Shameless can keep going. Geralt racing back. Again, the recall looks like it was a little bit misplaced. Mass DT coming in. Shameless getting into the mineral line. Probes are going down. Geralt flanking with disruptors, trying to catch out the army. He makes no the Novas! Oh my god! Massive connections, decent splits there out of Shameless, but oh my god, the Novas are too good. The balls, they connect. Shameless plummets in supply. Some of the disruptors, they survive. 3 of them at least. Oh, 2 even. As Geralt does hold, the supplies are evening up. That was a very messy fight. Both players bleeding out units. Both players have a bank. Shameless ordering in a massive wave of DTs. No detection. Oh, it's a little bit awkward. DTs on DTs. Geralt does arrive in time. At the same time, Shameless going for counterattack. It looks like he finally breaks the 4th. And the 4th Nexus is going to go down. Massive pickup. 22 probes full. Nexus as well. It's going to be close. Yeah, Geralt's just out of position. Was distracted by the other run by him. 22 probe kills. Not bad. Never goes off. Raising the army. At the same time, Zelarame hits the southern side. But there are defensive DTs and the Observer as well. Shameless bleeding out a lot of units. Geralt, he rotates over. Nova goes off. Shameless hoping to find an expansion that doesn't exist. Geralt, he didn't replace it. I mean, Geralt, he knows that he doesn't really have the most mobile army. He will catch out these Stalkers. Not bad. Yeah, big catch here for Geralt. Takes down a massive wave of Stalkers. Shameless, he has to respond. How many DTs? 13. Jesus. 13 Dark Templar. And can he come in for the surround? Oh my god. Massive Nova. Shameless. No. Losing every single Stalker. The connections, they're brutal. The power of the Disruptor. On top of that, Shameless is out of gas. He hasn't taken gases at so many bases. So Shameless, he's running out of gas. Mainly only minerals left over. He's coming in. Shameless, I mean, it's weird to say, but I would say he's all in at this point. He's just now taking gases here towards top right. But Shameless, he can only reinforce with Zealots. A very cheap army. Doesn't scale well. I mean, Shameless has a better upgrades, true, but even then. That's going up. Oh, massive blink on the army, forcing a oh my god, the surround! The blinks are insane, going mass DT. I mean, it's kind of working. I'm still not convinced by this kind of army composition, but I mean, that wasn't a bad fight. If he can make Geralt overextend, if he can catch out the disruptors, get a surround, then sure, this could work. Expansion is denied. Basically, with mass Zealot DT, what Geralt's missing is Archons. Like, disruptors can be okay, but I mean, if the army just dives on top of it, the disruptors, they can't really do much. Earlier, Geralt did have a good amount of Archons, but not anymore. Just purely Stalker Disruptor. So as odd as this army looks, like, it can work for Shameless. He just has to close the distance and get on top of the Disruptors. And Stalkers, of course. As Zealots, they bypass the main army, going for the natural, going for the production, the Robos. The Robos are under fire, Novas go up. Good connections. DTs hit the natural, but there's actually not much to kill. Oh, and this is going to be an expensive loss for Shameless. He has to get the hell out of here. And force a recall. Novas, oh, they connect just in time. Shameless beating out a lot of supply. And again, remember, Shameless, he doesn't really have much gas income, so he's reinforced with pure Zealot. Purely Zealots. I think Shameless has 4 gases mining. He has top right and bottom left. No gases here. No gases in the center. Back, of course, he's mined out. Back at home, of course, he's mined out. Trying to poke in. Alas, it's denied. I believe that was a kill, not a cancel. Shameless gets a Nexus. Shameless gaining ground, forcing a recall, not bad. Geralt out of position. But Geralt, he has the larger army and he gets a surround! Ay. Shameless, he gets caught out. Not like this. Escapes with a handful of Stalkers, but that was brutal. And you see Shameless plummet in supply. That was not it. That was not the fight to take. And you can just see how much more efficient Geralt's army is. He's maxed, has a bank. Shameless trying to take more bases. Oh my god. Once again, juicy connections for Geralt. He just keeps connecting. Shameless going for a bit of a desperation counterattack, but Geralt is not too far behind. Shameless does get into the mineral line, but only 4 probe kills. And that DT army from Shameless that he had earlier, it's not really there anymore. How many DTs are left? 0. 0 Dark Templar for Shameless. I mean, that's where his dive potential really came in with Blink, but now no more DTs. I mean, he's out of gas. Just relying on Zealots instead. Now finally Shameless does counterattack. Meanwhile, that is a lot of Zealots. Base goes down. Shameless, no detection. Observers on the way. So is Geralt. Geralt did lose his Robos, so you can see 2 more Robos on the way for Geralt, so he has actually no Disruptor production, I believe. Just one. Just the one Robo. Geralt is keeping up with the main army. Shameless once again going for a split push. I mean, we have seen Shameless outposition Geralt at times, especially with, you know, these kind of movements. Let's find the DTs. Geralt, he has to respond. Geralt, he's rotating over towards the left-hand side, sending his entire army over, actually. And that does create an opening. Shameless going for the main. Send it. Go for the main. We'll find a robo. We'll deny it. Robo's going down. At least it should. Oh, never mind. The robo survives. Novas go off. Shameless gets caught out at the same time pushing in towards bottom left. But there's a recall available. There was potential. But Shameless doesn't get enough done. Zealot's coming in for a surround. God, the Novas are brutal. Massive connections on the Stalkers, on the Zealots as well. Shameless bleeding out his army, an army he can't afford to lose. I mean, he can still warp in more Zealots, true. He can. Oh. As he's desperately trying to expand. There we go, taking his gases. Hits bottom left, gets into the mineral line. I mean, despite the bit of fights out of Geralt, Shameless, he's definitely fighting back. Being as active as possible. Going for another Nexus. Not the most important one, there's no mining going on. Again, I do feel like there was potential earlier, I mean, multiple times so far, to go into the main. Shameless does rotate around. Gets the robo. Now finally dives into the main base, but Geralt, he's turning back around. He's racing back home. Shameless does have to get the hell out of here. And we'll be able to blink down. Geralt, he's ready for it. Oh god, there's no way out of this. He has to recall. And he will. Last recall will bleed out, what, another 6 Stalkers. Ah, 6 more Stalker kills. GG's, and they find a fresh mining base. Not bad. Geralt, he's supply block. Does he have any detection? He does. Observers are on the way. Ooh. Oh, he's going in again. Geralt, he sends his entire army over to respond. Shit. The main! Go for the main, man. Instead, DT counterattack. Shameless distracted. Forced to try to defend. Be able to. The Stalker's back off. And again, it's one of those things with Shameless, he has to avoid the main army fights. Like, he cannot fight this head on. And like he has been, he has to go for these big counterattacks, these big run-bys. Waiting for his detection. Observers are on the way. God, as the base is taking a lot of damage. No shot. Does he get it? He will. No shot. He gets the expansion. Nexus goes down. Observer is just a little bit too late. Aye. And Geralt, he might just embrace a base trade. We'll see. At this point, yeah, it's been too long. Geralt, he recalls back home. Recall now available. He blinks in. No! Shameless! He blinks off the ramp. He blinked in. Geralt coming in from behind, trying to get the surround. Aye. Shameless. You have to hold on to his blink. And here comes the surround, bleeding out so many Stalkers at the same time. The Disruptors are caught out. Ooh, they still get their shots off. And GG gets called. There's not much left. And Geralt will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Sparkling Tuna Cup champion. GG. GG, well played. I mean, that was still a very chaotic game. I will say that Shameless was ahead in this game. He did have a lead. If you remember, he had the better economy, he had more bases, he had the better mining. But then we saw Geralt pull himself back into it with his disruptors. He was able to claw his way back in, he rushed into disruptor production, he was able to have a more efficient army, and we did speak about how Shameless, despite having the better economy, refused to tech. The entire game he refused to tech up, he refused to go into his own Archons or his own disruptors or Skytoss or whatever. Instead, Shameless, he stayed on a very low gas count. Now, that was intentional. I do want to emphasize that as well. Shameless staying on low gas count was very much so intentional. It's a very kind of swarm toss style of playing. It's very committed, just because, as you see here, if you don't get into mineral lines, if you don't pull your opponent apart, you just get outscaled. And you can just like almost never fight head on, just because you have a worse army. But it's designed to just, as we saw, just pull apart your opponents and overwhelm. And he was getting some damage, especially towards the end of the game. He was, you know, getting into mineral lines and sniping bases and getting into the natural, into the main. But it took a little bit too long. It did take a little bit too long for that to finally start occurring. And by the time it did, Geralt, he had his own stable economy. He was maxed out as well. Geralt just had a more stable approach. And yeah, Shameless was a little bit more committed instead. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Geralt does take the series, but a shout out to Shameless because he definitely made Geralt work for it. And even in this final game, I can definitely see a world where Shameless wins this, where he just wins this game and then we have an ace match instead and we go all the way to game 5 and anything can happen there. So GG. GG, well played. Geralt, of course, he is the more experienced player. Does come out on top, but Shameless, he has been rising through the ranks. For those that are maybe unaware, Shameless is an up-and-coming player in Europe. He only really got onto our radar at the start of the year. Shameless, he's been around for a long time, but like back in 2020, 2021, 2022, he was a Masters player. I think he only hit GM at the end of last year, at the end of 2023, is when he finally kind of like broke into GM and started committing. I don't know what changed, but like he started focusing more on StarCraft, and he has been improving a lot over the past 12 months. It's been really impressive to see the growth of Shameless. He's very young. He's 18. I mean, earlier this year he was 17, but he is now 18 years old and has been doing really well for himself. You know, he's one of the many young talents that have kind of risen through the ranks, and yeah, it's been really cool to see the growth of Shameless. Does go down here to Geralt. Geralt's still the more experienced, more established player, but was a close one. And I mean, still impressive that both players made it to the finals. You know, it was not an easy run here for either player, so congratulations. Quickly going over it as well, Shameless, he took down Rostock and Hormono to make it to the finals, as you can see here. You can see that Geralt went to the ace match against both of them, so they went all the way to game 3. There's a world out there where maybe Rostock defeats Geralt or Hormono defeats Geralt. You know, it was not an easy run for him to make it to the finals. Likewise, Shameless took down Rebellion and Nikic to make it to the grand finals as well. So GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Geralt. Very well done. And with that, we're going to be wrapping up our broadcast for the day. We've just finished up going through all these viewer replays and also the grand finals of STC as well. As a reminder, Sparkling Tuna Cup was earlier last night. It was like, Jesus, what, 10 hours ago? Something like that. It was quite some time ago, but it clashed. The finals clashed with Wardy's tournament. Wardy was hosting a 3v3 team tournament, so we put our finals on hold. We put it on hiatus, waited for the Wardy event to finish, and now we wrapped up the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. As a reminder, this tournament is a weekly tournament, so every single week we do host the Sparkling Tuna Cup. It is typically Sunday evenings, depending on where you are in the world. Could be Sunday during midday instead in Europe, for example, or very early in the morning in the Americas. But it is an open tournament, and if you want to help support this tournament, you can do so via Matcherino or via Patreon. Patreon does fund our weekly tournaments. It funds tournaments like this, like Sea Duckling Open, Master Swan Open, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. It's all funded via Patreon. You can see our goal underneath the bracket. Actually, it's a little bit better to see here. There we go. You can see the goal under Shameless's name. Currently, we do make 246 USD via Patreon. All that money goes towards the prize pool of these tournaments, and you can see our next stretch goal as well. Right now, our tournaments are very top-heavy. Only top two get paid out. But if our Patreon goal, if it grows, then we can reach a new goal, and we can share the love and pay out top 4, for example. So that is the hope, at least. That is the hope. Yeah. But if you want to help support us, you can do so via Patreon. You can also gain replay packs. We do send out replay packs of these tournaments we have permission to share, of course, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, the Nation's Total Tussle, Kung Fu Cup, and many other tournaments as well. So we do send out those replays. Otherwise, thank you. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. It was a bit of a longer broadcast than I thought it would be, but it was a lot of fun. Was a lot of fun going over those viewer replays, and thank you so much for tuning in. If you want to support us in a different way, not monetarily, but if you want to follow us, you can do so via social media. You can do so via Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord, all things CranKy Ducklings. And you will be notified when we go live, as we do post on all the social medias whenever we do. Likewise, you can interact with us on Discord outside of just all these casts, and you can also watch VODs on YouTube. We do upload, we do stream on YouTube at the same time, so we have VODs available instantly. All the VODs. All the VODs are available on YouTube, and we're catching up on YouTube when it comes to VODs. I think we're like 2 months behind, so we're catching up. We're very quickly catching up just because of the off season, so YouTube is the place to be for all the VOD content. Otherwise, thank you. Thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Our next cast is going to be in a couple of days, I believe. Sorry, I say a couple of days. Tomorrow, in less than 24 hours, we're going to be live on this channel with Stego Monday Cup. And my apologies, even before that, in how many hours time? 7. In 7.5 hours, we're going to be live here with the Wardy TV Monday number 6. That is a weekly open cup at a more Korea-friendly time slot, so it's better for Koreans and Europeans. So again, in the 7.5 hours, we will be live here covering the Wardy event, and it'll be tomorrow covering the Stego Monday Cup. So this is kind of the period where all the open cups are around. They're all taking place, like Sparkling Tuna Cup, the Nation's Total Tussle, KSRS, Wardy TV, and Stego Monday as well. 5 open cups a week is usually what we have, but no Total Tussle this week. No Total Tussle this week. Next week. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. We do appreciate it, and we'll see you guys in 7 hours or tomorrow, depending on when you're available. Depending on when you do tune in, do check it out. Otherwise, thank you so much, Jianwolf, for the sub as well, and the gifted subs from Stegosaurus. Thank you. Do appreciate it. And I'm gonna go get some breakfast, and then I'm gonna go pass out. I need to get some sleep before the Wardy tournaments. I don't want to stay up, otherwise I'm just gonna be fatigued and I'm gonna be out of energy. So I'm gonna try and have a nap before the Wardy event. So that's the plan, as the current plan here for me. So yeah. Otherwise, thank you so much. Tomorrow, after the Stego Monday tournaments, we should be having a ladder session. I typically don't stream if we're casting twice in a day. So today we have 2 casts. But tomorrow is just Stego Monday, so I'll be able to have a nice ladder session and smurge on the ladder. It's gonna be beautiful. The smurge will be real. I'm out of practice. Rusty. It'll be fun. Otherwise, thank you for watching. See you next time. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao. Papi ciao. See you next time.